Good morning, colleagues. Let us begin. We don't have a lot of time today. We have a meeting of chairpersons at 1, convened by the chair of chairs, Honorable Khakao. So we will start now. We had indicated the time to the department on the time we had given them to present. Let us stick to that time so that when it clocks 1 o'clock immediately, we close the meeting. We ought to give members enough time to engage the presentation from the department. So today, the 17th of September 2025, we're meeting to receive a briefing and engage with the Department of Higher Education and Training on their 2024-2025 fourth quarter financial and non-financial performance report and the 2025-2026 first quarter financial and non-financial performance report. And then we'll also get a briefing from DHET on update on the implementation of the CGE Commission for Gender Equality recommendations. You'll remember that we met with them and they gave us their recommendations. So we're going to get what is it that the department, since that particular meeting, they would have done. So we do have apologies. We have a number of apologies. We have an apology of the minister who is in cabinet in Pretoria, and therefore the deputy minister, Dr. Dube Ngube, is leading the delegation. We have the apology of DM Gondwe, who's in Pretoria as well, for some signing ceremony of MOU with 2 institutions in Pretoria. Then from members, we have an apology of Honorable Lonzi, who will arrive slightly late. I suspect it might be the traffic in Cape Town. We have an apology of Honorable Khabo. Honorable Khabo is from now actually is writing an exam. Now starting from 9 a.m. Then we have an apology of Honorable Souls, who's not in the country. We have, he's in Brazil. So he's not in Israel. He's in Brazil. Yeah, Brazil is part of us. It's part of, it's not in Morocco as well. It's part of BRICS, so he went to the right country. We have an apology. Those are the apologies. Oh yeah, Honorable Ngubane is also struggling with the traffic of the so-called best run city, the Cape Town. No, I'm saying the best run city according to Auditor General is Ekurhuleni. AG has released the recent thing, so therefore Ekurhuleni is the best run city in South Africa. Those are facts. I don't know which facts do you want. So this is why we're here today, colleagues. Like I said, we will be strict on time so that by 1 o'clock we're able to close our meeting as per the instruction of the chair of chairs. He has convened all the chairpersons today at 1 o'clock. So those are the apologies. I think we don't have an apology from the IFP. We don't have an apology from Who else? Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, Younger, we do have an apology from Honorable Governor. Yeah, I had forgotten that apology. So, Deputy Minister, let's give you to lead DG from the Deputy Minister, yourself, and the two presentations. We will give you until quarter past 10 so that members can engage. So you would have about an hour, 5 minutes to do everything, and then members can have enough time to engage with yourself. Thank you very much, dear.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the Director General, and the rest of our team from the department and the Secretariat. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. We are expressing our gratitude for this opportunity to present to the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. As we do understand that as a department, one of the key imperatives of building a capable and ethical state is to deepen the anchors of transparency and accountability within the public service. So stability is key, particularly within our sector, and we experience personnel as well as professionalizing of the public service are also important tenets of our capable and ethical and developmental state. We have made meaningful strides, but we come here to meet with the Portfolio Committee at the crossroads of our democracy, where the ideals of equality and dignity are tested against the stubborn persistence of inequality and injustice. The Commission for Gender Equality that we are going to be presenting today, the report, has once again held up its mirror and a reflection in one of the issues that we cannot ignore. Our department and campuses across our nation remains marked by inequality, harassment, unsafe spaces for far too many times for our students and our staff. So this is not simple about the statistics. As we understand, this is a very serious matter for us as the department, but also as a country. It is also about whose voices have been silenced, whose bodies are being endangered every day, and whose potential is denied within our society. So when only 6 women occupy vice-chancellor positions across our universities, it tells us of something fundamentally wrong. Leadership in higher education still wears the face of exclusion. And it is not different within the TVET colleges. In fact, it's even worse within the TVET college and CET colleges. Professor Hester Klopper's history of appointment as the first woman vice-chancellor of the University of Free State in 121 years has been a breakthrough, but also a stark reminder of how far we remain from true gender balance. Representation at the top is not just a privilege, but it is a necessity for our transformation for our country. Moreover, Chairperson and honorable members, we cannot celebrate academic freedom while more fear walking across campuses at night or entering their living quarters. It is a commune of a single resident. Gender-based violence is not a women issue. It is a national crisis, a moral test for our institutions, and a mirror held up on men and women of our country whose responsibility remains that one of ensuring that we deal decisively with issues of gender-based violence. Honorable members, we are presenting to you our fourth quarter for the 2024-25, as well as the first quarter. When we look at our PSET system, honorable members, it's one of the issues that the minister has actually highlighted that as the department we are going to be taking up. There's going to be a lot of fundamental shift in the way we are doing things. This is why we welcome the collaboration with the NPA with the SIU, with NSFAS and USAF and SAPCO, Higher Health and others. But these partnerships alone are not enough. It is time that all of us demand accountability from all within the campuses, which needs to be spaces of dignity and spaces of respect and justice. So our department has held various interaction with stakeholders with a view of ensuring that we deal with the issues of gender-based violence, but also the issues of exclusion. I'm glad, honorable members, that there are a lot of reforms that we will be bringing to Parliament with a view really of aligning what our country is doing and what our institutions of higher learning are supposed to be doing. The fourth quarter, honorable members, is going to be looking at the targets. Of course, you would remember that it served as a pivotal moment in our government, concluding the performance of the 6th administration and ushering a transition of the 7th administration. We had planned 66 targets and had planned 38% was achieved. I must say, and I must admit, honorable members, that this performance is below the desired level, considering that this was the last quarter of the financial year, but also of the administration. So the department's performance, looking forward, it's something that we are going to be ensuring that we align ourselves, we plan better, but also we increase capacity, because this is one of the areas that we have not been able to master in terms of filling of vacancies and ensuring that we have the right fit, people are in the right place with the requisite capabilities in those positions. We are going to be looking at that. I know that the committee has also spoken about the skills audit. We are looking at all of those issues. Of course, we are going to be tightening the performance management vis-a-vis our performance when it comes to financials, because we do believe that there has to be correlation in the way we spend government money and the way we performance in the way we perform in terms of our determined objectives as the department. So we will, honorable members, have the department officials who are going to be diving deep into the actual performance in our APP. But part of our commitment, really, honorable members, is that the bills that are going to strengthen the regulatory framework governing education and skills development, and some have been submitted for preliminary legal opinion to ensure the alignment in the constitutional and policy imperatives. And we will also indicate to the honorable members those bills so that we make sure that all of us contribute towards ensuring that those talk to the reforms that we'd like to see. We are also deepening our work with the basic education, because we do believe that if we are to get things right at the higher education, there has to be a seamless transition between the basic education and higher education. You have spoken a lot about the NSFAS and about how things have been happening in that front, and we do believe that there is quite good work that is happening at the moment, but of course it's not enough unless our students are not suffering exclusion and the uncertainty in their studies. So, Chairperson, allow me to call upon the Director General to present to you, or he will call the team that is going to present, so that we do not waste our much allocated time. We will highlight from those presentations the work that we've done also in this first quarter, including the work of the G20, the DHET skills, launch and other programs that we are occupied with, led by our Minister Manamela within the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. DG, I don't know who you're going to call to start the presentation. Thank you.
Maybe before the DG, I forgot to ask people in the meeting to introduce themselves. So when we introduce ourselves, we say your name and the position that you occupy and the entity that you represent. So my name is Tebogo Litsi, a member of Parliament, the chair of the Portfolio Committee. We'll go to Anele, we'll start this way, and then we'll end here with Honorable Kaka.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, all protocol observed. My name is Anele Kamingis, I'm the Community Secretary.
Morning, honorable members. My name is Sesi Mahlobokwani, Director Social Inclusion and Equity in the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Moye Rapaza. I'm a Deputy Director responsible for strategic planning and reporting in the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Greetings, Chairperson and the Portfolio Committee. My name is Unombali Mncwabe. I'm the PLO at the Deputy Minister's Office. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and the Portfolio Committee. My name is Mnikeni Pagati, the Head of Office for DM Tubengube. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, DG, colleagues. My name is Tembisa Fuchane. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for Community Education and Training.
Honorable Chair, good morning. My name is Kosinati Sishi, the Director General. Greetings to all the esteemed members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues.
Once again, good morning, honorable members and Chairperson. I am Nomusa Dube-Ncube, the other Deputy Minister in the Department of Higher Education and Training.
You forgot to say your Dr. Nomusa.
Yes, because I was not given, I worked for a chair. I'm Dr. Nomusa Dube-Ncube.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Honorable Deputy Minister, DG and colleagues. My name is Lucian Kearns. I'm the Acting CFO for the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, Honorable Deputy Minister, DG and colleagues. My name is Sam Zungu. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for DHET in the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable DM, DG and colleagues. My name is Rolani Ngwenya, the Deputy Director General responsible for corporate services. Thank you.
DG Ngwenya, we did not hear you. I thought the last time you were speaking so soft was because there was an issue you're dealing with today. So today you'll speak to the mic, please.
Apologies, Honorable Chair. I am Rolani Ngwenya, the Deputy Director General responsible for corporate services. Thank you.
A very good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Deputy Minister, DG, DDGs and colleagues. I'm Mabuza Ngubane, Chief Director, responsible for SITA coordination. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, our Deputy Minister and DG colleagues. My name is Khabu Machani. I'm the Chief Director in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Deputy Minister and the DG colleagues. My name is David Mohlamme, the PLO in the Office of the DG.
Chairperson, Honorable Members, Senior Managers from the Department, good morning. I'm Philip Chavalala, Chief Director, Teaching, Learning and Research Development in the University Education Branch and standing in for DDG Sotip.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. My name is Tando Kolopotoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chairperson, DM members, everybody present. My name is Tanya Kleinans, and I'm the Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair, GM, and delegation. Agnetha Arendse, the researcher for this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members, the Deputy Minister, the DG, and all delegation. My name is Mampho Modiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, colleagues, and everyone present. I'm Dr. Delmaine Christians, a member of the Portfolio Committee.
No apologies, Chair. We're just busy with the questions here for the DG and the DDGs. Greetings are extended to yourself, Chairperson, the House. My name is Mnqobe Msezane. I am, by virtue of being elected by the progressive forces of this committee, I serve as the Deputy Chair of the Portfolio Committee. I am deployed by Umkhonto Wesizwe Party to this Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much.
Hi, I never vote. Okay, my name is, I don't want to attest to anything that tomorrow I'll find myself in trouble. Okay, my name is Sudukanelo Tsepolo. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. Deputy Minister Dube Ncube, DG, and your entourage. My name is Karabo Khachal, and I am a member of this committee.
Thank you very much, DG. You guys have until 20 past 10, or 25 past 10, sorry.
Honorable Chairperson, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, esteemed members of this Portfolio Committee, and my colleagues, it's a privilege for us each time to present and before the Parliament the performance of our departments. Our presentation would be led by 3 of our officials. I will introduce the other one later, who's going to deal with the CGE matters. First is Mr. Rapatsa, and then second, who's going to deal with the non-financial presentation, and then the financials by the CFO, Mr. Lucian Kens. Over to you, Mr. Rapatsa.
Thank you very much, DG. My presentation covers the vision and the mission of the department, the 5-year strategic plan outcomes, the highlights of achievements, and the program performance against the quarterly targets. Just to save time, I'll just zoom straight into the performance for the 4th quarter. For the quarter under review, we had 38 targets which were achieved, which is 58%, and 24 targets were not achieved. These were mainly the legislative frameworks, the infrastructure projects, and the skills development targets in Program 5. This slide gives an overview of performance, quarterly performance trend. You can see that in quarter 4 we had most of the targets, which is 66, which led to the non-achievement of most of the targets. However, we are encouraging the branches to spread the targets in other targets. In the next slide, it's about the program performance in quarter 4. Program 1 and 6 have achieved all of their targets, and we have noted low performance in program 2 and 5. However, progress is being done in ensuring that the targets that were not achieved, they are achieved, and they are reported accordingly. As a department, we are committed to gender equality and transformation, and as such, we have identified opportunities for women, youth, and the persons with disabilities so that they may benefit from the public procurement. In this such, 40% was set aside for women-owned businesses, and we have achieved 46%. In relation to youth-owned businesses, 30% was planned, and we have achieved 32%. On black-owned businesses, we have achieved 87%. On the people with disabilities, we have achieved 7% of the planned 7 target. And we had also set aside 30% for SMMEs, wherein we have achieved 48%. We were also able to pay all the valid invoices that were received from the creditors within the 90 days. And our network connectivity was at 97.64%, and we were able to resolve 82% of the disciplinary cases. And lastly, we were able to maintain our vacancy rate, which is below 10% at 7.90%. In program 2, we had 14 targets that were planned. However, we were able to achieve 4, which is 29%. We had planned to build 3 TVET campuses, and we've achieved the target. The Ngungushe campus of Ikhala TVET, the Giyani campus of Litaba, and also the Vryheid campus of Mtanshana TVET were built. We had also planned to undertake 8 international engagements to support the priorities of the PSET. We have achieved this target such that 16 engagements were undertaken. We had also planned for approval of a report on the implementation of the Transforming Mentalities program. This report was approved by the DG on 25 March 2025. We had also planned to have 2 additional TVET subjects, learning teaching support materials on the NOLS, and this we have also achieved this target. We had also planned to publish the recognition of prior learning by 31st March. However, this target was not achieved as planned, such that we had a draft that was developed. There were some recommendations from the public comments to include the entire education and training system. There is work currently going on, which has been initiated to broaden the scope, which include further research, consultation, and approvals. We had also planned to approve the NQF Amendment Bill for introduction in Parliament. The target was promulgated during 2023. However, the NQF Further Amendment Bill was approved by the Minister for Publication for public comment. Chair, we have a number of infrastructure projects that were not achieved. Mainly, these were due to the community disruptions and at times some financial challenges. We had planned for an ICT infrastructure as part of the Imbali Precinct. This wasn't completed as planned. However, the department has met with the DUT and the key stakeholders to engage on this project. We had also planned for the 10% completion of the construction of the Tshwane University of Technology, the Giyani campus. The project wasn't completed as planned. However, as of to date, a contractor has been appointed and refurbishment has begun in Giyani. We had also planned for the 10% completion construction of the Ulundi satellite campus. Also, the target wasn't completed as planned. As of today, the detailed designs have been finalized and the funding for phase 1 also has been finalized for tender stage. 5,000 student beds were planned for completion last year. We were able to achieve 2,471 beds. These were due to the financial challenges and the disruptions from the communities. As of today, an MOU was concluded with DPSA as an implementing agency for the Student Housing Infrastructure Program, and 3,500 beds are being completed at the Tshwane University of Technology. We had also planned to build 4 community learning centers. The target was not achieved as planned, but as of today, we've got 2 sites which are now being confirmed, which is the Gauteng and the Northern Cape, which are at the design stage, and the other 2 are waiting approval of additional budget requirements. The detailed designs on the construction of the new universities were not developed as planned. As of now, the department, working together with National Treasury, they are considering a new funding model so that the 2 universities can be constructed. We had also planned for the participation of the young students, our students in the apprenticeship, the internships, and the work integrated learning in the construction in our PSET institutions, and we're only able to enroll 380 students in these constructions that is happening in our institutions. We had also targeted or planned 2 reports which were aimed at decision-making in respect to the enrollment planning, funding, and the policy making. However, we were able to produce the 2 draft reports. The reason for the deviation why we didn't achieve this, it was the adjustments to the scope and the timelines due to the budget reprioritization. However, these 2 reports will be finalized in the current financial year. In Program 3, we had 13 targets which were planned. However, we were able to achieve 9, which is 69%. The throughput rate of the 2014 first-time cohort at universities, we had a target of 63%. However, we were able to achieve 72%. We're also able to allocate the 54 scholarships or the interns positions through the Nurturing Imaging Scholar programs at the universities. We had also planned 40 doctoral scholarships to be allocated through the university staff doctoral program. We're able to allocate 63 scholarships. On the university lecturers who hold doctoral degrees, we are targeted 51%. However, we have achieved the target at 54%. We had also planned for a report on compliance with annual reporting regulations, financial health, and the outcomes of the 26 universities. This report was approved by the DG on 19 March 2025. On the compliance of the private higher education institutions with the regulations, we had a target of 95%, and we were able to achieve that target at 95%. Chair, we also had a report on the evaluation of the 2023 research outputs of the public universities. This report was developed and approved by the DG on 25 March 2025. We also had a report on the implementation of the public quality framework that was also approved by the DG during March 2025. And we had also a report on the first year of implementation of approved language development plans, which was submitted and approved by the DG during March 2025. However, as I've indicated, there were 4 targets that were not achieved. The first one is the fee increase regulatory framework. Also, the filling of the new generation of academics programs. We also had a target on a report on the number of eligible university students who received funding through NSFAS, and we wanted to see the percentage of universities that met the standard of good governance. These 4 targets were not achieved. However, there is work currently going on in ensuring that these targets are being followed up and they are reported accordingly. In program 4, which is TVET, we had planned for 13 targets and were able to achieve 7 targets. We had planned for the establishment of 1 disability unit to support students with disabilities. This target was achieved as we had 1 DSU that was established during March 2025. We had planned to release the examination results to qualifying students within 40 days. And on average, it took 24 days to release the examination results. We also had a plan for a report where we wanted to see the students who complete the occupational qualifications such that they can be incentivized. That report was approved by the DG on 30 March 2025. We also had 50 TVET colleges that offered 4 IR aligned skills training, and all our TVET colleges implemented the student-focused entrepreneurship development activities. We also had planned for 10 new or revised subject curricula in TVET colleges, and we have achieved the target such that we had 10 revised subject curricula in the TVET colleges. And lastly, we had 3 additional TVET programs which were integrated into digital skills training. On the targets that were not achieved in TVET, the first one, it relates to the placements of the graduates in the workplaces. We had planned for 21,000 students. However, we were able to achieve 12,763. We had also planned for 76,000 students who complete the N6 qualifications. The target was not achieved as we were able to have 35,000 students. And for the student completions on the NCV level 4, we had only 7,613 students who completed the NCV level 4 program. On the throughput rate, we had targeted for 45%. However, we're able to achieve 37%. However, there are some measures that have been introduced to improve the throughput rate. Firstly, we have some tutoring by peers. We have also established the online career guidance, and working together with the higher health, psychosocial support is provided to the students. We had also planned to enroll 5,000 students in the pre-vocational learning program. Only 4,323 students were enrolled in the program. And lastly, we had planned that all the TVET colleges sign at least 2 protocols with industry so that they can place students and the lecturers for workplace experience. Only 42 colleges signed a protocol with industry. In program 5, we had 10 targets which were planned, and we're only able to achieve the only 2 targets. Firstly, we had planned for the 40 days for the trade test to be conducted, and on average, it took 23 days. And we also had 95%, which was set for the sitters that met standard of good governance, and the target was met at 96%. Chair, we have a number of targets that were not achieved. In program 5, that relates to the placement of students in the workplace learning programs, the skills development programs, the artisanal programs, artisans found competent, learners who completed learnerships, such that we have noted that during the quarter under review, there were challenges in that the labor market continued to have the labor market did not have available opportunities so that our students could be enrolled in the workplaces. However, there are some strategies to improve that. Currently, we have an advocacy strategy on the workplace-based learning, which is being developed. There are also enhanced career guidance in schools, the communities, to increase the awareness on skills programs, and the SETA employer partnerships are also enhanced. And most importantly is the strengthening of the oversight in our entities. That is being done in the department so that we improve and ensure that these targets are being achieved. In relation to Program 6, which is Community Education and Training, we had 7 targets planned and all of them were achieved. Firstly, we had planned for 60% compliance of CT colleges with the implementation of the funding model for CT colleges. We have achieved the target at 75%. We had also planned for 60% compliance of the CT colleges with the implementation of the national norms and standards for funding CT colleges. The target was achieved at 61%. We also had an increase of the programs and qualifications offered in the CT colleges. We had also met the target of the 100% of cities that meet standard of good governance. We had also planned for 600 lecturers to be trained in the CT colleges. And we also had one partnership that was established at national level. And during Q4, all our college CET examination centers were found to be compliant with the national policy on the conduct and management of examinations and assessment. This is the performance during the Q4 of the 2024 financial year. I will then move into the performance of the first quarter during the 2025-26 financial year. During this quarter, we had planned for 8 targets. We had planned for 12 targets, and of which 8, which is 67%, was achieved, and only 4 were not achieved. In Program 1, we had planned for 9 targets and 5 were achieved. These were mainly on public procurement, set aside for Black-owned businesses. We had targeted 65% and we have achieved 84%. We had also planned for 0.5 procurement for people living with disabilities, and we have achieved 2%. On SMMEs, we had planned for 35 and we were able to achieve 36.9, and we're able to resolve 86% of the disciplinary cases within the 90 days. And again, we're able to maintain our vacancy rate below the 10%, which is at 8.7%. We have 4 targets that were not achieved in Q1. The first one was on the procurement set for women-owned businesses, which is at 35%. Invoices paid from creditors, we had planned for 100%. However, we have achieved 99%. On the audit outcome for the department, we have an unqualified audit outcome with findings. And lastly, we had set aside 30% of public procurement for the youth-owned businesses, and we have achieved 4.23%. In skills development, in Program 5, we had planned for 2 targets, and those targets were all achieved. On average, it took 24 days to conduct trade test applications, and all the sitters were assessed to have developed the credible sector plans. And lastly, in program 6, we had planned for 300 CET lecturers to be trained, and that target was achieved. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, DG.
With your permission, Deputy Chair, may I request that we proceed with the financials?
Proceed. Your term is allocated until 20 past DG, so you can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Kans?
Thanks, DG, and again, colleagues, a very good morning. I'll be speaking to the budget. It was expenditure for the fourth quarter of the previous financial year, 24-25. And as you have it, you can go to the slide. As you have it there, maybe by means of introduction, the audits have been completed for this particular year. The audit outcome was unqualified with findings, but I think the two proud moments for us is the one that we've had a clean bill of health on the financials, and also the program 3, university education, where the bulk of our funds have been allocated. They've received an unqualified audit, so I think those are the commendable achievements, I think, in the previous financial year from a financial perspective. So what we have on display is the budget as is contained for the previous financial year, which was 136.9 billion rand, of which 112.7 billion rand is for the voted funds. And below that, we see the programs as they've been allocated. Notable is the 91.7 billion rand that has been allocated to the university branch. If you go to the next slide, what we have been able to do in the financial year is that we had spent 99.9% of our budget, and 0.1, which equates to 139.72 million rand, which was not spent, and they predominantly was because of unfilled vacancies. And I'll speak a bit more on the ensuing slides as to what is contained in that particular amount. On the next slide, we give just the breakdown of the programs, the allocation of the budget per program, and then the spending. And again, one would see the relation in terms of each of those programs as was allocated, the funding and the juxtaposed spending that we were able to achieve for the particular programs in that financial year. The next slide just gives a stab at the economic classifications that we can see where that 139 had been broken up to. And the first one is then the compensation of employees, of which there's an amount of 80.6 million rand. And like I'd said, that is predominantly unfilled vacancies, but it was also contained a portion there of what we had set aside for a notch and increases which had not materialized in the financial year. Then on goods and services, it's an amount of 54 million rand. And the breakdown of that predominantly is also of invoices that we had not received because of either undelivered and not finalized. And that constitutes the bulk, I think, of the 139 million rand there. I'll give on the next slide just a bit of a perspective of the transfers that makes up the 197 point something, let's say 898, of which the first one is for universities. Now that was predominantly an interest that we had retained there. On the biggest portion of that amount is the Commonwealth of Learning, which is a contribution that we had normally made in the past towards this international India, Brazil, and South Africa also contribution, which was not paid within that year. We had suspended the subscription for that year. And then, of course, leave gratuity, of which we don't have total control over, which is accumulated leave days of officials who exit the system.
And that's the breakdown of that that speaks to the transfers. On the following slide, what we've just depicted here is an indication of what is the spending of the economic classifications per quarter. So, for example, it gives a clear indication for compensation of employees, goods and services, capital expenditure, and of course the transfers each then per the month, the quarter that we've paid for those particular economic classifications. And one can see, for example, where there are spikes and where there are troughs in expenditure for that particular year. If you go to the following slide, it also gives the same in terms of the transfers. One notably is that we try and do our utmost to do most of the transfers in Q1, as you can see, and then in a diminishing manner the rest of the financial year to ensure that most of the transfers transpires in the first portion of the year. Then maybe it's just a bit of stab on the next slide on the issue of what were the reasons or some of the reasons that gives the increase from your third to your fourth quarter. On the first one, the goods and services. Normally at the end of the calendar year, your December period where we expend quite a bit of on national examinations. Now that is for examiners and moderators. It's also for courier services, which is quite a high an amount that we spent, and they all come into your fourth quarter as an expenditure. Secondly, also on the machinery and equipment, the increase in procurement of machinery and equipment was also in terms of, I think, on the CET infrastructure that was initial work done and only came through in the last quarter. So there was sort of seems to be a spike in that last quarter. And another factor is also that your write-offs we normally conduct in your last quarter just before you do close your financials to give a true perspective of what is contained in write-offs to go through. And of course for the transfers and subsidies on the block grants for universities that are paid, that's normally done in the first quarter, so that's on a positive note. That is an indication of the last financial year. If I then speak to the first quarter of the current financial year 25-26, our budget is now 142.4 billion rand, of which 116.4 is allocated to the voted funds, and the skills levy constitute 26 billion rand, and that's predominantly coming from the skills levy and the SETAs, to the SETAs as well as to the NSF, which makes the greater portion of that 26 that we have there. Again, is the standout of what we had allocated to the university branch as the biggest spending or budget that we allocate to the specific programs. On the next slide, just as to where we are, I have been in the first quarter. We spent about 31%, 31.7% of our budget in the first quarter. It's round about in the region of what we had anticipated or projected for in the first quarter, which is always a bit higher to our spending in the region of about 35% for the year. Then also our operational expenditure is a bit on the downside. It's about 16.6%, which equates to 130 million rand just for operational expenditure. But then for the universities, you'd see the biggest portion, and there's also a slide that speaks to the detail thereof. We transfer to the NSFAS and to the universities, the greater portions to the universities. We have transferred about 35.5%, to NSFAS, and also the universities about 31% of the transfers allocated to them. And then also I'll give an indication of the transfers to the colleges, TVET colleges and the CETs. They both also in the 30 to 32% that we've allocated already in terms of transfers. Compensation of employees is at 2.9 billion rand. It still remains, still a challenge for us to deal with vacancies. There is a specific drive within the department as to how we deal with that I would assume the branch head can, maybe at a later stage, also give perspective to that, to ensure that we improve the expenditure on the compensation of employees. And then, of course, just in the last bullet, I just give an indication of the skills levies. And on the next slide, it gives a breakdown again of the programs that we have expended within the first quarter, and maybe notably is the one under planning and policy and strategy. And the predominant reason for that is the spending on infrastructure for the universities lies within this budget, and therefore it's quite still low at the first quarter. But the remainder of the expenditure on the programs, you can see it's in the region of about 25% in the mid, as we are in total. It's about 31.7% of our budget that we had spent in the quarter one. That covers the expenditure for the quarter one in the financial year, current financial year. The next slides, let me just touch it. Yeah, this one just gives also the economic classification. It's the same picture, just from a perspective of how it's spent in those categories. Again, like I've said there, the infrastructure is still, the thorn in the flesh for us that we're dealing with in terms of a program. Though I must admit, what we do with the expenditure for CET, because it lies in the vote of the department, is that, for the service provider, we do the transfers, but they only have to prove still once they have contracted and have received invoices. At this stage, to my knowledge, I think there's already, about 100 million that's already lying that should be transferred. But at the time, it was not expended as yet. The next slide is again just indication of what we had transferred to our entities, and one can see there notably is also, I think, standing out is the universities, as well as the NSFAS that we have expended through a transfers to these institutions as being the highest for the current financial year. And I think that concludes, if I would correctly, the financials for the first quarter of this year. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. Chair and colleagues, the next few slides, I will speak to the high-level one. I must add, probably there's a bit of information overload on here, but I'll just speak to the essence of it. The reason why we have included quite a bit of information, because in the previous engagement with the committee, they had requested sort of a bit more detail on how we've expended, where it went through, who are these service providers, and therefore the next few slides are a bit heavy in terms of information. But on here, I think this just confirms what Mr. Rapatsa had indicated in the first few slides in terms of our slide. I think you can skip. There's quite a few, 5 or 6 slides. Chair, that basically is just really the detail of it, of who the suppliers are and what we've expended in it. And I think the same for, if you go to the next slide, for the first quarter of this year. And as again, it just confirms what Mr. Rapat said, given in terms of the targets that we've achieved or not achieved. It gives the detail in the months that we have expended and what it was expended to and how it accumulates to us calculating it per quarter. The following few slides also again is the detail which I'm not going to go to, so it gives us the indication who the providers are, what we've expended, and what was allocated for those 5 categories in terms of the target that we've achieved, Chair. With that, I submit, Chair and DG. Thanks very much.
Submit, Chairperson.
Sorry.
CGE.
Mrs. Mahlobukhwana, the Director for Inclusivity in the department, will lead the presentation.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm presenting to you an update on the implementation of the Commission for Gender Equality recommendations. As you would know that they submitted 2 reports, research reports on sexual harassment in higher education institutions and also on gender transformation imperatives for higher education institutions. I will not go into the recommendations, which I believe that members of the Portfolio Committee are aware of, in order to save time. But I want to zoom straight into the report that indicates what is it that we have already done. Prior to the reports being made public, we had already published 3 policy frameworks. The first one being the policy framework for the realization of social inclusion in the post-school education and training system. We regard this as the mother policy framework or social inclusion policy framework that speaks to all the social inclusion imperatives within the PSET system. The strategic policy framework on disability for the post-school education and training system, which guides institutions in making their environments and practices inclusive and accessible to persons with disabilities, and also supports their full participation within the system, whether they are staff or students. The policy framework to address gender-based violence in the post-school education and training system, which I believe is core to the report today, and it also guides institutions on how to ensure that they prevent gender-based violence or they deal with it as it is required. Let me first start with the Deputy Minister Stakeholder Outreach Program. After the release of the reports, the Deputy Minister, Dr. Gondwe, led the engagements between the department and the CGE on the findings of the recommendations. And as a result of that, we met the CGE on several occasions, and that led to the launch of the Ministerial Stakeholder Outreach Program on the 24th of February 2024. And we have since done 2 outreach events with Salt Lake University on the 24th of April and UniZulu on the 25th of April this year. All universities were invited to be part of the outreach program, but several did not participate despite the invitation. A draft implementation plan in response to the recommendations of the CGE was developed and will be presented to the Deputy Minister by the end of September 2025. In other words, this report does not include everything that is in that implementation plan, only what we have already done. The Deputy Minister and the department have since met with the NSFAS, the USAF, Higher Health and the Transformation Managers Forum in order to develop strategies to address issues emanating from the reports such as safety of staff and students on matters related to gender-based violence. The implementation plan that we are talking about focuses on accelerating gender and racial transformation in leadership, in academia and governance. As you may have heard the Deputy Minister alluding to the appointment of the first woman Vice Chancellor at the University of the Free State. This is unacceptable after so many years of democracy. Eliminate gender-based violence and sexual harassment across all the PSET institutions by creating an enabling environment through advocacy and information to all students and staff, and also through support to victims of sexual harassment and gender-based violence. We also aim to institutionalize inclusivity for persons with disabilities and the LGBTQIA+ group, ensure equitable funding and accountability for transformation initiatives within the PSET system, and also strengthen oversight, monitoring, and legislation frameworks. We conducted a survey after the reports were published, and that survey focused on the issues that the CGE raised, and it included topics like existing measures, challenges, remedial plans, budgets, responsibilities, and timelines. Only 20 of the 26 universities responded to the survey. This points to challenges in the PISA system of unresponsiveness of branches and institutions when social inclusion information is requested from institutions. The Directorate is still attempting to get a better response rate from universities, but the preliminary findings include universities are beginning to take serious action against sexual harassment. Universities' improved responses to sexual harassment are evident in the existence of policies and awareness interventions in various campuses. However, we are also aware of the unevenness of institutional policies, which is a big concern. We also allude to the fact that there is a lack of national policy on sexual harassment, and that is a limitation. We are working on that. Hence, in one of the previous slides, we are talking about a national sexual harassment policy framework that will be worked on in the coming year. There is serious gender disproportion of vice chancellors, as alluded earlier, and other senior management positions. The underrepresentation of the experiences of the LGBTQIA community is also of concern. The minister also met with the NSFAS, and they made commitments as follows. In terms of the implementation plan, they will submit a formal response to the CGE report with action plans by the end of September. In terms of timely payments, they indicated that they will enforce a disbursement schedule, apologies for that, and upgrade systems and staff capacity to reduce delays. In terms of student safety, they will expand safer campuses, safer spaces campaign with partners like the CGE, Higher Health, NPA, and SAPS. In terms of stakeholder engagement, they will roll out ongoing programs to foster protective behavior across the PSAT system. In terms of communication, they will strengthen channels of communication to keep students informed on payments and support services. And in terms of equity and inclusion, they indicated that they will address vulnerabilities of female and LGBTQI students and ensure parity between TVETs, CETs, and universities. We, as a department, starting way back in 2023, we embarked on social inclusion roadshows to universities, TVET colleges, and CT colleges to guide them in the implementation of these policy frameworks. And through the roadshows, the DHET is monitoring the occurrence of sexual harassment and gender-based violence in institutions, the implementation of the policy frameworks. We are assisting institutions in the implementation and monitoring of these policy frameworks, and also assisting them on how to mainstream gender equality in their individual work. This financial year alone, we have had a national workshop with all universities, transformation managers. We refer to them as the Transformation Managers Forum, and that took place in March, and only 10 universities attended out of the 26. We have held 27 workshops in the last 2 quarters of 2025 with universities, TVET colleges, and CET colleges in Gauteng, Western Cape, in Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, Free State, and the Eastern Cape, and more are to follow, funds allowing. With the Deputy Minister we have also worked with the Deputy Minister into gender-based violence outreach visits to 2 universities as indicated earlier. And the team, the Social Inclusion and Equity team, organized the workshop on the outskirts of the G20 Education Working Group that was titled Education for Gender Equality and Peace, Advancing Gender Transformative Education for All, which was a huge success, and we are happy for the support that we received. Other initiatives include, in September 2025, an initiative conceptualized by the Minister of Higher Education and Training in collaboration with the Department and Higher Health to address student safety and the occurrence of gender-based violence on campuses. It will see a range of institutional and stakeholder roundtables or dialogues on the issues related to safety and gender-based violence. The department appointed Ms. Mahlobokhwane as the sexual harassment advisor, and she provides information and advice to victims of sexual harassment in the department, or harassment in general. That includes bullying. And she also connects them with structures like the wellness unit and the labor relations unit so that their cases can be taken up. We have also developed a report on the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act in the PSET system, the implementation thereof, and it was approved by the DG in August, and we are happy that our report is early to the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. We are busy with the Man-to-Man project, which addresses toxic masculinity through role modeling. And we are hoping that all the men associated with the PSET system will take part in this project and make it a success. It is also supporting the enforcement of sexual harassment and transformation compliance through structured reporting and monitoring through the development of the SIRIM. This strengthens accountability measures on non-compliant institutions. The SIRIM is a tool that is meant to get the institutions to monitor themselves in terms of the implementation of social inclusion. We also work together with Higher Health, which has been instrumental in establishing the gender-based violence technical task team, which comprises of a broad coalition of government departments, student bodies, civil society organizations, researchers and international agencies. Higher Health also builds capacity and provides training for over 10,000 PSET staff and reaching more than 350,000 students through the Transforming Mentalities and Gender-Based Violence and Gender Equality Peer-to-Peer co-curriculum. This initiative includes widespread use of gender-based violence risk assessment tools, with nearly 19,000 students identified as high risk and over 12,600 receiving psychosocial and legal support. Higher Health also provides psychosocial support to gender-based violence victims in institutions through a 24-hour toll-free crisis helpline, which is 0800 36 36 36. It offers also the civic and soft skills program, which deals with soft skills that are normally not addressed in the curriculum of their studies. And at the end of the day, these students are taught the kind of skills that will help them to have good interpersonal relations in the workplaces or wherever they shall be functioning in society. Also, in collaboration with the department and stakeholders, we have developed 8 protocols to guide campus communities covering issues such as rape response, campus and resident safety, ethics, staff-student relationships, and private accommodation standards. A final protocol focusing on complaint procedures and victim support through Tutuzela care centers is underway. And I want to believe there are more protocols that will be developed as time goes on. And in conclusion, Chairperson, the department welcomes the reports on sexual harassment and transformation in the PSAT system and commends the continued oversight role that the Commission for Gender Equality is playing in this sector. The department further welcomes the closer collaboration with the CGE and expresses its commitment to strengthening this important partnership. The active political leadership and involvement of the Minister and Deputy Minister is commendable, and it is imperative that we build on these gains to advance transformation. There is a clear need to enhance the department's internal systems for planning, budgeting, monitoring, and reporting on gender-based violence, on gender-related priorities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is that the submission, DG?
Thank you. We are happy to submit, Chairperson. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Just two observations before I give to members. The first one is that the second report of the department, the implementation of the recommendation of CGE is worrying Deputy Minister. And let me tell you why I believe this is worrying. On a daily basis, we do have, one of the observation of the CGE report is that there is serious underreporting of sexual harassment cases in our institutions. And the reason there is serious underreporting is because there is the victims of sexual harassment have got little trust in how this institution handles sexual harassment. And you understand why. I mean, in a number of institutions that we've interacted with, and I'll make two examples. One would be Moteo TVET College, where we're told that there were about 7 sexual harassment cases reported by students against management or lecturers. And many of them were kept on campus. They were not suspended. They were kept on campus. And in fact, when we asked that when we were on campus, explaining the trauma that these students would have went through, reporting a case against somebody as powerful as a lecturer. And from the student's point of view, or from a victim point of view, nothing has been done, because the institution then explained to us that something was done, but this something meant the lecturers were told to work only on the east side of the campus when the students are studying on the west side of the campus. Didn't make sense to us. The second one was last week. We interacted with College of Cape Town. We're informed that these brave students, victims of sexual harassment, take a huge risk by reporting somebody who works for the institution in the residences. 2 students initially, they report that this guy not only takes videos of ours, sexually harassing us, and all of that, they report. Nothing happens until this guy is now arrested after raping a total of 9 students. Right? Now, here's a progress report from the department, which is where I want to come in, Deputy Minister, because for me it does not look good. The department comes now, says, and DG, when we update our presentation, we must give us the updated ones, because on the presentation you had given us, for an example, this one does not have slides. On slide 8, you had said 18 of the 26 public universities participated in your survey. In what you are presenting, you say 20. So it means you have updated your slides, but you have not sent us an updated slide, which is something we always speak about. So when you update your presentation, because there's new information, you must send it to us. But let's take the updated one. You guys do a survey with universities, and 6 of them don't participate. Somebody might say 20 out of 26 is a good number, but these 6 that do not participate in this survey, that speaks about this real issue of sexual harassment, is a serious concern. And what I would have wanted to hear from yourselves here in the presentation would have for me, to show that the department is serious, we would have said these 6 universities that did not participate are university A, B, C, D, E, F. It was not mentioning them. Looks like we're protecting their image. For what? We must name those people, number 1. Number 2, you must tell us, the university branch, what have you done with these 6 universities that have failed to respond to such a critical survey that comes from a recommendation of Council for Gender Equity that seeks to address a huge problem in the sector that affects a number of female victims. So we ought to deal with that part. The department, again, Minister, another problem, Deputy Minister, is that in your presentation, you are lamenting that there is a lack of national policy on sexual harassment, but who must develop it? And what have we done as the department to address this particular problem? Then you go to, there's a point of that I think it's not here on, I think it was on slide 9 or 10 of yours there, but on slide 10 on my presentation, but on your other one might not be there. That you had a transformation managers forum, and only 10 of the 26 universities attended. So 16, you see, because we are not naming them, and there's no consequence management on universities that don't attend to this thing. Now, many of them are now realizing that even if they don't attend, they don't take your program serious, there's no consequence management. It was 20, now it's 10 who attend. So the problem must be given to yourselves, or the blame, DG, to yourselves in the department, that you are unable to hold these institutions accountable on critical things. I mean, parents, they give us, as the sector, their children, young 18-year-olds, to go to our institutions, some of them far away from home, to stay in residences. And some of them are being sexually harassed. So parents have got a right to be worried and to question us. Let's see, are our children safe in your care? What do we say when we as the department are unable to hold these people who are supposed to take care of these young girls especially? It can be, DG. I mean, I thought I must just say those two things on sexual harassment before I give to members. There's on the first presentation again, you have a casual way of reporting non-performance. It's very casual and it's not helping. I don't think we understand the seriousness of non-performance. You know, and well, I'll come with my question, but I'm going to give members. You know, you don't achieve a target, and your answer is very poor. It's very, and I want to point out one. There's one that I just wanted to point out. Just one, because just to show you, DG, that yeah, on planning, you know, Deputy Minister, our planning achieved 29%. 29% planning, at the center, the nerve center of what should be, you know, the center of excellence, planning and strategy, achieved 29% in this presentation from the department. And if you, for an example, if you look at their reasoning, it's very bad. Just very bad. So which one did I want to make an example? This one. For an example, number 8, which is on slide 16. What was the target? Detailed design of construction, design of the 2 new universities, designs. What is their reason for non-achievement? A plan was presented, so this one was supposed to be approved by the Director General on the 31st of March. Their reason is that a plan was presented to Cabinet which advised that we must go into triple P, and the National Treasury also reduced Honorable Kaka, what's wrong? Or operationalization. Yeah, I sound like that one who can't count numbers now. But they reduced the budget for these institutions. Eh? It doesn't make sense. What was the APP? It was not to approve the design. So this design, all of a sudden, now needs operational budgets. No, DG. No. You know, we're just too casual, yeah. I mean, it's not the only one, there are just too many. We make targets, or we put an APP, and then we come and say, no, like for an example, on student housing, there was a capacity problem with this university, and then halfway through they decided to pull out of the ship thing. When we put an APP, when we put a target, say, this is a target that I'm going to achieve with TUT, with Majoba, TVETs, these 4 institutions, to build this 5,000 student accommodation. And when we put that as a target, don't we plan with them? Don't we sit down with them and say, vets, you will be part of this project. Do we have capacity from your end to to do this, because it now looks like we just put targets and then try and force the department or these entities in the department to then form part of our targets. And then halfway through, they then withdraw. And then we say, no, the reason why we can't achieve this one is because of this thing. We're just too casual. And when you look at the reasonings, I can tell you now, like we said, the APPs that you presented at the beginning of this financial year, we questioned them themselves. And you know, this shows that we just put APPs that, you know, it's as if we do find a finder and then decide, oh, no, let me take this one and put it here. It can be. So I'm going to note members. We'll start with you, Honorable Mosezana. Mongobi Mosezana. We're calling you Sutu now, you know. Yeah, I know it's Mosezana, but I'm Sutu, so I'm calling you, your surname was Sutufying it. You are Honorable Mongobi, number one, Mosezana. Number two, I'm going to note Honorable Khachau. Number three, Dr. Christians. Number four, Honorable Lonzi. Oh, okay. Number four, Honorable Ngubane and Honorable Low. It's 20 to 11. Let me see. So we'll get, because there's two presentations, we'll interact with them. So we'll give each other 15 minutes. Honorable Mongobi.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Can I go as far as possible, or do I have perhaps time that is allocated to my questioning? 15. Okay.
We said 15 minutes.
It's a lot. This department is traumatizing us, Chair. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much for the presentation, DM, the department, DG. I will not be tempted to reiterate the words of the Chairperson, but the casual reporting is very concerning, especially as it relates to non-performance. I think I would have noted the Deputy Director saying more than once that only this number of targets were not achieved, as if that big number of targets that were not achieved are somewhat okay. But maybe my first question, DG, to yourself, as the accounting officer of the department, what consequence management are affected on non-performance in general? What do you do about it? Before I get into the nitty-gritties or point by point of the non-performance of the department, what consequence management are affected when people underperform or do not do what they are responsible to do?
We're interacting, so we'll answer. Who's answering? Who's answering, Honorable Msazan? DG. Repeat the question.
You are the accounting officer of the department. Non-performance is happening under your accounting officer or under your leadership, if I may, as the center of the department. What consequence management is affected on staff that underperforms? I do believe that there are performance agreements that are signed with staff members in the department. So what consequence management is affected on non-performance? Maybe it is going to also respond to the casual presentation or submissions that are made by members of your department as it relates to non-performance.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll be very specific in my response. First and foremost, I reported to Parliament on consequence management earlier that all performance agreements of Deputy Directors General now have included areas of underperformance in their branches. The expectation, and that is my responsibility to monitor, is that everyone else reporting in those branches is also held to the same standard, right up to the front desk of the department. Now, we have reached that point because in the past, when such matters were reported, it was always right in the front, and when you look at how the accountability is taken by those who are senior, you then struggled to pin it down to someone there. The second thing that I need to indicate is that there are determination tests that are conducted after every finding by the Auditor General, which then lead to investigations and people getting charged. Notwithstanding that this would take some time, but once the decisions are taken, people get to be held accountable. And we would like to make data available in this regard. I can assure you that consequence management is taken very seriously in the department. I am apologizing that in the manner we have presented ourselves today, we may understated the issues of non-performance in the way the chairperson and yourself, Honorable Msezana, has captured. We will correct ourselves into that. I can assure you that that's not the attitude of the department.
Thank you very much, DG. I will not say that I'm not satisfied with your response, but I'll leave it at that. DM Nomusa, Dr. Nomusa Dube Ncube from KwaZulu-Natal. What consequence management is effected on the office of the DG on underperformance as the accounting authority, accounting officer? Of course, we do understand that the DG is not hired by yourselves as the ministry, but what consequence management is effected? This is the accounting officer of the department. In as much as he can enforce certain consequence management as he claims to, or he says is going to happen moving forward, what consequence management is effected on the office of the DG in this regard of underperformance?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I think what we are doing right now in the department is that we are looking very closely at each one of those performance agreements, because you would remember that there is a format that comes from the DPSA in terms of how you put your targets and what should be there. But in terms of our operational plan, we can tighten those areas so that even if the target itself is not smart, as I always say, these targets are not smart enough, but within the operational plan measures, we do have a way of then holding those accountable for non-performance. So we are looking at that, honorable members, and I can assure you that things are going to change as we tighten areas of non-performance. We are also, honorable members, looking at all the areas that had been raised before, even this one, because you would see from this report that there are business units that are doing better, but there are business units that are doing worse. And I think the tendency has not been to focus on those and then make sure that progressively the department then improves its overall performance.
But we are looking at it, and there will be consequences.
DM, I'm 100% not satisfied with your response on the basis that my question was very precise. The department is collapsing. Skills development, as reported by the Deputy Director Planning, even skills development was underachieved. He said that in his own words, that many targets were not achieved, especially in skills development. I don't think I need to remind you, TM, that as the country, more than any other thing, not just as the country, but also young people of this country need skills development more than any other thing in this country. And also for a turnaround of the economic development of the country. Skills development is at the center of that. Now, if there are no consequence management measures that are in place or are effected to people that underperform, and part of those people, there's an accounting officer, that is the DG. You are not responding to my question on what measures have been put in place or have been effected. All these underperformances have happened under the leadership or under the eyes of the Director General. But nothing has happened in terms of consequence management. So your response, maybe you'll still come back to respond to my question, because I'm not satisfied with that. The department is responsible for hiring of principals, college principals, and most senior executive management of TVET colleges. Just last week, the principal of Cape Town College here that was present in this very house, we had found that he's a foreign national, permanent or not, but he's a foreign national. Why did the department opt to hire a foreign national over South African nationals? Did the department satisfy itself that there was no qualifying South African that could have occupied that position? Perhaps DG, you could lead this one.
Chairperson, I expect that, firstly, in terms of the College of Cape Town, there's an announcement that the minister made that everything about the College of Cape Town will be under an investigation. And you must expect that findings of those investigations, even if they say there was an error in hiring the principal, will lead to consequence management, including holding the DG accountable in that regard. I trust that in what I'm saying, we will be aligned in saying perhaps we allow that process to unfold.
That's fine, DG. I'll proceed since the time is very limited. DG Ngwen, have all senior executive positions in the department, starting with the vacancy in the CFO's office, have all of them been advertised? And how far is the process of filling all the vacancies, especially the senior executive management positions in the department and in the TVET colleges? Have all of them been advertised, and how far is the process of filling these vacancies?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, indeed, they have been advertised. From February, we have published, to date, we have published 180 adverts. We have developed a recruitment plan with specific dates of the selection processes, and they are at various stages of being filled. But the commitment is, with effect from the end of October, we are confirming the first appointments in October and the last batch at the end of November. Thank you.
Thank you very much, TDG, for saying that on record. On the target of the student housing projects, Deputy Director Planning, I would assume that when targets are crafted, they are crafted with a budget attached to them or earmarked for them. Now, you said in your response that the reason why that target wasn't met of 5,000 beds, there were challenges of funding. What did you mean by that? Do you do targets without funding in place? If you don't know, I can proceed while you consult. Let me proceed while you consult Deputy Director Planning. The targets on building of, well, it's program 2, that only 4% or 29% of your targets were reached. And of those targets, you mentioned that there were 3 TVET colleges that were built, and in them you mentioned Mtashana TVET College. Maybe Titi Juzungu, you might assist me on this one. Which TVET college, Mtashana TVET College, that was built in Fried? Is it the one in Fried in town? Or is it referring to the one that is still under construction? I don't think it has even started, which is the satellite.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Msezen, I think it's the one in Freiheit that is being mentioned.
So it is a target that was achieved in the 4th quarter.
Yes, it has, I think it had 2 phases. I think the first phase that was achieved, I think the report is referring to that.
Thank you very much, TTG. Maybe Deputy Director General or Deputy Director Planning, when you report, I think this report, Chair, through you, this report might be misleading to some degree, because I'm from Freiheit and the reporting was not precise, because that college, DTG Zungu, has been there for some time. It wasn't achieved at that particular time. Maybe in terms of phases, then it should be articulately or accurately articulated, if I may, in terms of how it's broken down. How I know English was your first major, so don't look at me like that. I come from a public school. So yeah, Chair. So I think the presentation from the department, DG's Sishi, the department must ensure that when they give us a presentation, it's accurate and the information in the presentation really speaks to what is happening on the ground. Chair, I'll just request a second bite if there's still time afterwards. Thank you very much.
Chief Director Planning, there was a question there for you. If you can just answer that question.
Thank you, Chair. When I mentioned challenges related to funding, I just wanted to indicate that firstly, these housing projects, they are being implemented in the universities through the Student Housing Infrastructure Program. And there were some universities which withdrew from this project. Hence, they were required to fund the loan portion of the development. So they were unable to participate in that, such that the required beds were not being completed because of their withdrawal from the SHIP program. Thank you.
Chairperson, perhaps I think we might need the department to clarify, because we have been following up on this matter, and the way the department does the transfer, that you transfer to the university or to the institution, and you do not then have any power to actually intervene once the money is there. And because that's how the monies are appropriated per the name. So if they are not delivering, you'll just have to either retain the money through the treasury and all of that. And I think that's one area which is a weakness that we will have to look at in how we deal with this, because it is very unfair that you might end up with those that don't have capacity continuously not delivering just because you rely on them. And yet, if we were to use other ways with the partnership of the Development Bank or other institutions that are being utilized, you would have delivered. And I think it's one very serious area that we've indicated to the department that there has to be some changes in the way we do this thing. Either you might have to do it in tranches so that when they don't deliver, then at least you can still then, the next tranche, you withhold it and maybe you do it yourself, or somehow, because this waiting for the budget to be rearranged, it's really disadvantaging, particularly, as I say, those that do not have capacity. I think the other matter that from the honourable member on the filling of the vacancies, I think maybe I need to add that we are also looking, we've looked at how the department had structured itself in terms of how posts are advertised and who then proceed with the interviews and all other work that needs to be done. The work had been centralized before, and different units, Program 2, for instance, relies entirely on the HR to make sure that those posts are delivered. And yet you have DDGs that should be responsible to make sure that once the advert, well, in terms of the regulation of the DPSA anyway, once the posts are advertised, then that department or that unit should then take charge in ensuring that dates are set, all the things that needs to be done instead of relying on one HR to deal with all the 300 odds of things without any powers of the DDGs or to be able to make sure that things are happening within their units. And I think that's an unfortunate structural thing that needs to change, because in any event, it's not in line with the DPSA regulations.
No, thanks, DM. I'll still come back to this answer. Still not satisfactory that we're getting from the planning branch, but we'll come back to it. Honorable Lerato.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before I make the remarks I want to make, DG, Sishi, is DDG Mbalo still under the deploy of the department? Is he still DDG Skills Development?
DDG Mvalo has now been appointed as an administrator for LGCITA, and Mr. MZ Ngubane is the acting DDG. He's here with us.
The gentleman at the far end. Oh, Mabuza Ngubane.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, because of Mnandi, South Africa. Okay. So we still have a meeting on Friday. Okay. So DG, the reason I'm asking this is because for me, I get annoyed. As a child throughout primary and high school and even university, I hated group projects. I hated them with a passion. And let me tell you why. Because I'm almost a perfectionist. I'm a very hard worker, and I'm a very smart child. I know that about myself. I know that about myself. I hated when, if I'm pulling my socks and I'm putting everything on the table to deliver, that I am in a group with nincompoops who are not showing up. The reason why I'm saying this is because this is not the first time we're having quarterly reports on performances of the department. And every time you come here, the CET branch is forever going to be shining. Mam Puchane is great. She's doing her best in life. She's shining. She should be sipping champagne every day. But then that branch And then you have the corporate branch that also fairly delivers, right? But then you have the skills branch. DG Mvalo, God knows what him and the people under him have been doing all along. The same critique I'll give to Meso Tsikwa and her control of universities. And the same critique I will give to Ndate Zungu, DHET. For me, that says there isn't synergy around the expectations of performance per unit. You are happy to have Mamfuchane delivering and doing her best, but you're not happy replicating that across all the other branches. And I'm saying this very much aware that she's not doing that alone, because she's not the only person employed within that branch. But surely there's something that she's doing right as far as commanding authority within that unit that the other DDGs have not been doing. And that for me speaks to your lackluster approach in my view, with all due respect. DG, your lackluster approach in holding your DDGs and their units accountable for service delivery. I'm saying this because if my memory serves me well, the targets for the 2024-2025 financial year were a reduction from the previous financial year's targets, because you were complaining to say it's too much work, you don't have capacity, you want to focus, hone in and spend your money properly, therefore you're going to reduce targets and be able to do it. But then, first quarter, second quarter, you are awake, halfway there, you are happy to do a bit of work, you know, and then down the line, your life is miserable, because then there's no morale. Nobody's achieving anything. And even just in the previous financial year alone, quarter 1 and quarter 2, you were there, 80%, 79% performance. Come quarter 3, come quarter 4, you had 42, 58. And there's nothing particularly difficult about the targets that you had that you were supposed to achieve on. It's just a matter of either you're not planning correctly or people are just chilling and cruising at work for no reason. So that is something that I need you, DM, to have an honest reflection with the minister about. Because I'm asking you this because there's nothing about my approach as a member of this committee that I haven't said, and not me alone, members of this committee from the previous administration that have said about targets that is going to be new to the DG's ears that he still needs to apply. When you look at slide 10 of your presentation, as far as the targets on procurement set aside for women, and young people, outside of the classification of black people. In the past, I've again maintained, if you are going to use the same sourcing structure of business that you've used in the years, you're not going to achieve that target. I have said countless times, it is important to have MOUs with other departments, sister ministries, the Department of Labor, Department of Small Business Development, the Department of Trade and Industry. I can go on, even science and innovation. There's a whole lot of departments that exist. You can even extend it to provinces and municipalities to be able to get the targets. And in the previous conversation we've had, there was an undertaking from the DG to do this, but nothing has changed. So I think what's necessary is political will to make sure that you get that right. If you are serious about having women and young people doing business with government in a healthy, non-compromised, absolutely kosher way, then you must be able to exhaust all your avenues and relationships to get that right. So that's one. What I want to understand about your international trips, your international engagements, that's a question for you, DG. What were you doing? What are international engagements? That's a question, DG.
These would be international conventions where, as a country, either through bilateral relations between our counterparts abroad, we enter into agreements on specific matters, which could include scholarship agreements, which could include cooperation in specific areas. An example would be the fact that we have, through Parliament, agreed to deposit the recognition of qualifications. And because of it, we now are part of a global team that leads promotion of scholarship exchange programs amongst our academics and students and lecturers. It would be such.
I hear you. We're on the same page. So, of the 16 international, I'm asking because you had 8 planned and you doubled it. You doubled the trips to internationally. We are benchmarking, that's great. I mean, the president did say people must benchmark to learn. That's fine. But what I'm trying to understand is, I'm trying to ascertain 2 things. One, the cost related to this, right? 2, what are the outcomes of these bilaterals? Because I don't have a problem with you attending international trips. I have a problem if there's no value for money, and 2, we're not giving back to the mandate. So what is the 2 highlights of the trips that you, at the top of your head, can say this is what we've done internationally?
Almost, thank you. Almost all our scholarship programs, which have now led to more than 500 young people of South Africa getting scholarships abroad, are actually either partly funded or fully funded by our counterparts abroad.
And so you needed to go abroad to do that. There's no way you could have had a Zoom, a conversation. I'm trying to understand, like, what necessitates the travel itself? Make it make sense.
No, the overachievement of
No, thank you. Thank you. I think I would like to present a breakdown of all of these areas of achievement and be specific about each one of them. But I can assure you that in my best knowledge, we are very conservative about traveling. What has constituted traveling in the recent months has been offer by certain countries like China to directly train some of our students and lecturers. For example, we've got hundreds of our lecturers actually being trained, and we are not paying for that. They are actually footing the bill for it. But I think it would make more sense when I present the breakdown of it. Just this month, we've sent 100 students to China. There are 336 students who are beneficiaries of scholarships that we are sending abroad. Almost 80% of the funding of those students is by our other embassies or the countries who we are with bilaterals with. During the course of these meetings with or doing business with these counterparts, there's a series of meetings which are not necessarily involving trips abroad, which involve them coming to South Africa, and which also involve us having virtual meetings with them. So by the time any traveling happens, generally the people who would be traveling would be the beneficiaries themselves going there. But there are also other international engagements that are not as a result of the department having bilaterals, which are part of the work of DERCO, where multilateral agreements are signed, then we become part of the traveling.
I understand that, DG. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Slide 14, on the 10% completion of construction of the Ulundi satellite campus. So you didn't, so the actual construction had only commenced in March this year, right? And the reason was that there was a delay in the finalization of the transfer of ownership. But the specific reason you give here is that UniZulu didn't have the capacity for the delivery and management of infrastructure. So those are two reasons. One is the delay in the transfer. I don't know, when I sell any of my properties, you sell, there's a lawyer there that does the transfer of documents, a group of attorneys, the buyer signs, or we transfer. It's a simple thing. So at what point do you have a delay of something that who didn't sign what at what time? That's what I'm trying to understand in the first part. The second part that I want to understand is if UniZulu, again, I think part of the remarks that the DM made earlier relates to this. If UniZulu doesn't have the capacity to deliver and manage infrastructure, what happens in that case? So you delay and then you wait until the end. But then this is not the first time you are trying to have construction, anything with UniZulu. You know what the issues with UniZulu are. So why do you still opt for the model of putting it in their hands for completion and not just do it yourself?
Firstly, I think I welcome the proposal in terms of what are the options available to us. But first, I would speak from the point of view of having myself been part last month of the handing over of a complete facility to the University of Zululand in terms of phase 1, because we have a new engineering campus in a historically disadvantaged institution that ordinarily would have been known for just programs that are not at that level. We're quite happy with that. But what I have also noted, and that in our package of agreements, we also included not just physical infrastructure, but also facilities, including computers, including other laboratories that are there. Now, what then happened was that you will find that the pace of delivery of the contents is faster than the physical infrastructure that is there, because the institution doesn't have the resources to, on its own, move. Because in the PPP model, they would have partners who, if they no longer come to the party, then it hinders the project. But you are saying, why don't you take over? The model of the department is to identify implementing agents, those implementing agents like DBSA that are linked to government departments, which allows us as a department to monitor and hold accountable such implementing agreements. But when it comes to universities, the challenge is the fact that their autonomy in the running of these projects then delays the interventions of the department. In respect of KZN University, UKZN, University of Zululand University, we also would like to share with you further details. Regarding Department of Public Works, I think we should have been more clearer. The role of Department of Public Works in this regard is just land related, and they are quite efficient in helping us in this. But in the case of the University of Zululand, there was a delay because by the time we contacted the Public Works, we had started, because our plan was to build the former parliament, the old parliamentary buildings that were there, and we were at advanced stages towards converting existing buildings into this facility. But then they changed their mind at an advanced stage and decided to give us additional land, which then has given us another delay in this regard. But as far as the department is concerned, it would have been very easy to get to a point now where we have implemented this.
Thank you, DG. Chair, thank you for the grace. I have three things that, there's a lot actually. Technically, I wish such sessions would last the whole day. But I'll make two comments on things. I worry about the progress report on NSFAS, because you were supposed to have a progress report on the number of students that are eligible for receiving loans through NSFAS, right? And that will dictate where we go moving forward. But then the progress report was not developed as planned. So I'm worried about how we are going into the next academic year. And we've announced that we are ready to do this thing, but yet our progress reports are still lagging behind. That's a worry. That for me, there's a mismatch in the system. The second worry I have financially is about the culture of fiscal dumping that you see generally, where you have, for example, So for example, when you look at the expenditure trends of quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4 on capital expenditure in particular, you are very, very low. You're at 4.3, then you're 5, then 17, and then boom, 100 in the last quarter. That to me is a clear indication of fiscal dumping, where the expenditure, the capital expenditure is not aligned to targets, but we wait until, in fear of Treasury coming back to say you have underspent, we've all of a sudden spent from 17% to 100%. That is an alarm for me, and that's a culture that must change.
Yeah, DG, again, the response you are giving to Honorable Khakhawa about the transfer of ownership, it doesn't make sense. You are saying you had planned on behalf of, and this is what I was saying earlier, the Deputy Minister, you had made plans on behalf of UniZulu between yourself and Public Works about the old Parliament of KwaZulu-Natal in Ulundi without them. Then when you want to implement, they say, no, this project will be better if it's built here in our own land. Which shows what we are telling you, that you can't plan for us without us. You, as the department, you make plans. And we always ask you, how smart are these, how measurable, how achievable are these plans of yours? So what you have just said now actually confirms what the criticism we've given you on your current plans of 25-26, that they don't make sense in a lot of times. And when we do so, you guys criticize us of criticizing you unfairly. But you've just confirmed that you guys had big plans about UniZulu without UniZulu. And then when you went to them, which again, your casual reporting does not help, because it does not even show, you make plans in April. And then here you don't tell us when did you go to them, because you might have went to them in February, because you have realized you've got this much money, which is what Honorable Khakhawa speaks about. You've got this much money that you're supposed to spend. You don't know what to do with it now. You now want to spend it as soon as possible. So the planning part, I still repeat, the planning part is not assisting. Because planning, you can't plan for, you'll see when I come to my questions, on the 4 institutions that were supposed to build 5,000 accommodation on. Your own admission, you are saying they've pulled out, because they are saying they don't have the money that you want them to bring to get the money that you are bringing. Because you've planned for them without them. If you had planned with them, they would have said, you could have said, okay, we want to build in Newcastle, Majuba TVET. But Majuba says, I don't have that money. Then you then decide, is it feasible to take 4? Maybe let me take 2 and build in 2, so that the project continues. The 5,000 we get, but instead of it going to 4, it goes to 2. But it, because you take 5,000 to 4, but you only build 2,500. But if you had taken this 5,000 to 2 institutions, you'll probably would have finished. So your planning leaves a lot to be desired. Honorable Christians? Well, maybe before, Honorable DG, there's an issue of the planning on NSFAS. It might have been a comment, but please respond to the physical dumping part of it. CFO, if you can just respond to those 2 things.
Would you like to take that one? Fiscal dumping? Okay, the CFO will take that.
Thanks, Chair. I think the best way of dealing it properly, Chair, is to give a total breakdown of that phenomenon so that we can see exactly, what was the expenditure for the first 3 quarters, it being that low, and then the spike in the last quarter. I have got an inclination, but we'd rather not speak to the inclination, Chair. I am prepared to give then a report on exactly what was the reason for that spike, on what was specifically procured in that last quarter on capital expenditure, Chair, if you permit. Thanks. Sorry, Chair, I'm saying, with your permission, I know I've got an inclination of the expenditure for the first 3 quarters and what be the spike, but we rather submit a report to exactly what was procured in the last quarter that resulted in the total expenditure of 100%, so that one can see what the difference is between the first 3 quarters and the last quarter by the means of a report, or the full report of what we procured and what was the amounts that was allocated to that, Chair. Thanks.
Now that you are on the platform, there was a point. Honorable Khakau said earlier on, it was also a comment, and I think now that you are on the platform, you must comment on it, that in the previous financial years, you had said to us that you can't get specific groupings to achieve the target of youth businesses, businesses owned by young people, people with disabilities, women, and all of that. And you said it's because the system that you use may not have enough people. You'll go source with other departments. Take us through what have you done in this financial year to change that particular narrative, that you don't have people with disabilities businesses because they're not on the CSD, or youth-owned, women-owned, and all of that businesses. It was not a question to you, but it was a comment that came from a frustration. Comment on that.
Thanks, Chair. To start off with, Chair, I think I've in the last indicated how we apply the procurement, which is from the CSD predominantly. So what we do, we only have control over like I said, in terms of the quotation system. Tenders, they're quite out of our control because whoever submits, that's what we deal with. But with quotations, we do the selection from the CSD. And there were specific challenges that we had last year. Was predominantly, I think, the youth and people with disabilities. So we have subsequently, like I had indicated earlier, have had a meeting more than once in this last year and also now in this financial year with the Chief Directorate responsible for, in the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, to understand, what it would be for us to change in terms of what we are doing so that we can reach our targets. The one thing that they have indicated to us was, amongst others, they do have a database, for example, of people, if I speak about people with disabilities. However, that database that they would have does not necessarily mean that these are people who are registered on the CSD. So
our request to them was, can you give us that specific database so that we can work with that? Because the one thing that we do have wanted to make is to have an arrangement and to speak to and consult these groups, Chair, because people register themselves on the CSD. The second meeting that we had was with National Treasury, because the Department of Women, Youth and Disability said to us, but you've got to consult the National Treasury, who are the custodians of the CSD, to understand what is the makeup of it, of those categories. And we've had that meeting with the Chief Director, who's responsible for the supplier database of National Treasury. And the information that we collected from them is that they have had a presentation which they provided to us, is that less than 1% of the CSD, in fact, people with disabilities constitute less than 1% of the CSD. So we had said, if that's the scenario, then it would be challenging for most departments to reach that, unless we do one of the followings. We identify these people with disabilities, and we would frequently procure from them. That would be some of the challenge that we have. The allocation of points and final award of a service provider is still to an extent where whoever achieves the highest points. So if you have, for example, in a group of 10 that you've collected and 7 of them are people with disabilities, the final points that you calculate is because of what their pricing is, which constitute 80% of the points. And 20% is only allocated to the specific goals. It may then still happen that the 30% of the 70 of the 100 would then could also still be appointed, and that's part and parcel of the challenge. I think the phenomenon that we experienced last year, Chair, is that we had find that within the quarters, out of the 5 targets, we were able to meet 3 to 4 targets, and there were always 1 or 2 that we couldn't meet. In the next quarter, it's just the reverse. At the end of that financial year, then we would find it collates to the total amount that we could achieve. So our next move, Chair, is to really have an open day with people with disabilities especially, and with youth, so that they also compete, because many times they are also non-responsive to our request for quotations, Chair. That is the update that I can present, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, I wanted to check. Okay, we don't have that. So I thought, Dr. Christians?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. So, Chair, I think I'm going to start where you ended off is with the NSFAS payments, because I think it's a long-standing issue for everyone. And as far as I can see, that it's really a lack of oversight and synergy between the DHET and NSFAS, where there's delayed reports, there's financial mismanagement, there's adverse audit reports, there's lack of accountability over NSFAS by DHET, there's a lack of consequence management. Now, we note, of course, in Program 1 that there was a transfer of 19.01 billion rand. But at the same time, we have students that are embarking on action because their NSFAS claims are not being paid out for accommodation, for studies, etc. So that doesn't make sense that 99% of payments have been done, but there's no oversight at NSFAS. So, I think it's really a huge problem. We saw in the news just this week in the Northern Cape, the Solplaatje University and the Northern Cape Urban TVET College students embarked on a strike action because of problems with accommodation. And I mean, that is it's not only a problem that occurred for the first time this year. In the Northern Cape, it's been a historical problem. It's always been a problem. Students are not getting their funding on time. TVET colleges are underfunded, and they're not reviewed on time, even though TVET colleges are few in the Northern Cape, and we know the influx of students to those areas. But so their funding doesn't match the amount of students coming there, which is part of the problem happening here. So really, I think the first question I want to ask is, why is there a lack of oversight and synergy over NSFAS? Now, I want to come back again that we also saw on the news that NSFAS staff was going to embark on a strike action because they are unhappy because their wage agreements weren't met. But I think more importantly, the relocation of NSFAS wasn't directly spoken with the staff members. Now, is DHET speaking to NSFAS about relocation, or is NSFAS doing it on their own? Are they just going ahead and relocating and doing whatever they please? So that lack of synergy, it doesn't make sense to me that there's a lack of oversight and consequence management from DHET to NSFAS. So my first question is, can you confirm that the outstanding accommodation claims have been paid to Sol Plaatje and Northern Cape Urban TVET College? Because they are on strike, those students are going to be put out of the accommodation. It also has a safety risk for our students if they are out on the street, so that is a major concern to us. And students are obviously going to go to cheaper accommodation, cheaper, unsafe accommodation if they are put out of their current accommodation or housing. So, and then my second part of the question is, what is DHET's oversight over NSFAS, particularly in relation to the relocation and the staff unhappiness at NSFAS? That they don't really know what's happening because they are unclear. They don't know what's happening. The unions put out a statement saying they are clueless as to what's happening with the relocation. Does DHET know what's happening with the relocation of NSFAS? And then also with the, regardless of the fact that you are paying over all the money to NSFAS, what accountability or what measures do you have in place to see to it that they are paying out on time, so that our students, specifically at the Northern Cape this week, and in June when they burnt out part of the central office in Kimberley, to see to it that that doesn't happen again. That is, and maybe I should just stop at the first question, because I see that's how we do it here.
Let him answer the transfers.
Okay.
CFO, the transfers to NSFAS.
Transfers to NSFAS.
Just on the transfers that we've done, what we do is for the NSFAS, obviously we have pre-agreed in terms of what the amounts that we do transfer to NSFAS. The oversight and the terms of how they spend obviously is with the branch, the university branch, as to how they do that. We do, however, also request the reports from the NSFAS on a quarterly basis in terms of what we have transferred, so that when we do the next tranche of transfers, it is dependent on what they have concluded in the report. And the report goes also through the university branch to confirm the accuracy thereof. Further to that, also within the in the office of the CFO, there's also a unit called public entities, and they also have responsibility to then do an oversight in terms of the financials of the transfers that's given to NSFAS and also the other institutions, including your CETAs. Maybe, with your permission, Chair, that Mr. Chabalala would be, more responsive in terms of how they manage the amounts that goes over in terms of payments to the actual beneficiaries. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair, and honorable members. What I can say here is that with regards to what looks like a lack of synergy in the numbers of protests or unhappiness with the disbursement of the NSFAS funding, as well as the 99% that we were reporting that was provided, is that NSFAS has always come out to indicate that whilst we plan for a particular number of beneficiaries, we always end up with more of the students that qualify for the NSFAS. And so with regards to what has been planned and what has been dispersed, you will find that that is that 99.9%. But otherwise, overall, the unhappiness, and in particular with Sol Plaatje, as reported, is a matter that we can follow up on. It's a directorate on institutional funding that receives the reports and interacts with the students as well as the institutions where there are challenges. I do not have the information now, and we can provide that when we have interacted with the institution and the students there. But I think in the last 2 days from NSFAS, the CEO reported that all outstanding payments were going to be paid in by the end of this week. So it's again for us to follow up, and specifically for the SPU, including the TVET in the Northern Cape, that has challenges with that. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think the major problem there is the fact that we are having more and more students that qualify for assistance of NSFAS. And unfortunately, there can never be enough money to fund everybody. And as the response was saying, that NSFAS opens for students to apply, you never know how many students are going to apply and how many are you going to qualify. But you would have seen the minister that we've actually got into trouble with the Treasury in this regard, because we've had to reprioritize within our budget to make sure that those students that qualify, but NSFAS did not have money, at least they are funded fully now. So in terms of all the outstanding for the previous academic year, all of that is going to be covered, as the minister has signed off on that. But the problem is not going to end, because we are forever with the economy and the state of the economy, unemployment and everything. As more and more people get into the side of unemployment or not affordability, then more kids are going to then qualify for support. And to what extent then can that envelope be pushed? It's something else. That is why the minister had indicated that before the end of this year, we would come up with a document that talks about the sustainability of funding for higher education, because it is a discussion that we need to have as a country, but also all of us that are involved in the sector. The issue of relocation, if we had our way, they would have relocated already.
But because the NSFAS has taken time to consult with every worker, with complying with all the conditions of service, it's taking us long to relocate. The discussion is that, of course, the lease is going to close and then they need to relocate. They've given us reports on the workers that have indicated that they would love to be transferred to which provinces, because that's the plan, to decentralize NSFAS. And as I say, that if we had our way, they would have moved already, but because of that consultation process that we cannot ignore, all the workers have been consulted about that. So it is something that that is being taken care of. Chair, just to go back to the issue of the 6 universities that did not do the survey. We do have the names, Chair, that it's University of Stellenbosch, University of Zululand, Durban University of Technology, UNISA, Vaal University of Technology, and University of Mpumalanga. Those are the universities that did not participate in the survey. Of course, Chair and honorable members, you would appreciate that unless we deal with the amendment of this act, we are still going to have these legs that, you know, you have to beg and push because of our legislative arrangements. The Department of Higher Education does have the sexual harassment policy, which covers colleges and CETs and the provincial or regional offices. But I think the report talks about the nationwide policy framework that will then have to cover even the universities. But in terms of what we have now, there is that policy. And I think what we have looked at with the department is, even if we don't have as a Department of Higher Education, there are other instruments within the South African laws that could be used in terms of holding those accountable, but also dealing with the issues of harassment and so on and so on. So it is something that we need to look at broadly, as opposed to confining it to what we have, because we cannot cover other institutions with our internal policy, for instance, universities. But we need to look at other instruments that are available within the Constitution and all other legislation. So for the Moteo, we will investigate, honorable members, and because the department was not aware of the matter of Moteo and the other one. Thanks.
Honorable Christians, I had paused your time. There's maybe I must allow you to finish, but there are a number of issues that that came out. My biggest worry is that, Deputy Minister, the department officials, they give you responses that are untrue. They've done it with Minister Nkabane on NSF. When we interacted with NSF, they lied to her. They told her they've got 12 vacancies. In the meeting they came, when we interrogated them, they told us they had 33 vacancies after we've told them. Now they are saying to you the department was not aware of the issue at Moteo. We were with department officials there. The department officials were with us. So it can't be true. Last week on sexual harassment, last week we were interacting with College of Cape Town. We asked them, What is your policy on sexual harassment? What must happen immediately when a brave young lady raises an issue? It's not an easy thing for a young female student to report a lecturer. It's a big, big bravery from this young. And then they don't know. The person who is supposed to be dealing with such thing doesn't know. We ask the department, labor relations, what must happen immediately when such a... So if they're saying we do have a policy, I can tell you, we interacted with Ingwe, TVET College. We asked them, there's a sexual harassment. What happens immediately? They don't know. So the policy exists where? When on the ground, our people don't know it. When people who are working in the department don't know these policies themselves, so they exist where? Because I don't know where they exist, honestly speaking. And you know, the briefings that department official gives to the political leadership is beginning to be problematic because they are setting you guys up to be at conflict with us here in the committee because we have a responsibility to make sure that only the truth is said here. They don't say it. They set you up to mislead this August House. So those are the things that when we say consequence management, you must say, you said this thing to me. Here's a report, because I'll give you the report. I'll tell you, here are the minutes of this meeting. This is what Ingwe said. This is what happened in Moteo. This is what happened at Cape College of Cape Town. This is what they said. And you must take them through their paces and say, why did you then mislead me? Because the danger with that is that it will be me who will be seen to be misleading Parliament. Dr. Christians, I must give you to finish. You have, yeah, she has 4 minutes.
I only asked one question.
No problem. But I paused your time at 4 minutes when she responded to my questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to know by the DM, there was mention of decentralization of NSFAS and that it should be done sooner rather than later. However, I think that, Chair, it's important for us as a committee to understand that decentralization process. And I know I'm new to the committee, but has that been brought to the committee? The entire process, how it's going to be done, how it's going to unfold, and so on? That's my one question. And then, you know, to which provinces are they going to decentralize NSFAS? If they can't mention it now, they can perhaps put it in writing to us. And how were staff members actually negotiated with or spoken with in this regard? Maybe just quickly that one, and then I can move on from program 1.
Yeah, maybe let me just help you there. When we went to our strategy session, they did give us a presentation. I'll share it with you on the decentralization. But the plan is currently they want to, in the next academic year, at least one employee in each institution. That is the decentralization plan. They are still obviously negotiating with labor to move, but they also gave us a surveys that they've worked with they've done with the employees. About 77% of the employees are willing to go to provinces. Then on leaving the building, they are still in court. We told them to prioritize that particular issue, approach the courts to put it quicker. The plan is obviously with financial means to go to each campus to have an NSFAS person on each campus. But they said the next academic year, beginning of 2026, there will at least be one NSFAS employee in each campus. They've agreed with USAF on offices at this university. So I know they will take long to answer you. That's why I decided maybe let me answer you myself.
I know. Thanks. Thanks for that, Chair. So basically, from what I know from in the past, because I worked in the sector, they are basically they're going back to the old way of doing things, because that's how it was done before. So they actually found out that the initial way of doing it was the right way of doing it. All right. With regard to university education and program 3, now, they had 13 targets, 9 were achieved and 4 were not. However, the full budget was spent. So again, there's a gap there with regard to meeting the targets, yet a budget was spent. Can the department just tell us very briefly which 4 targets were not met? And why did program 3 not set any Q1 targets, specifically considering the volume of funding it manages? And then also with regard to the governance failures flagged in Q4, can they just confirm if any universities are currently under direct intervention in this regard?
Thanks, DGDM Chairperson, Honorable Christians. For Q4, there are 4 targets that we did not achieve. That's on slide 25. And the first one is the fee regulatory framework. And the explanation there is it's a question of, legal, it's a legal question actually in terms of the department being able to develop a regulatory framework. And that is why the reason for deviation is indicated there, that instead of developing the regulatory framework, the guidelines were developed in the stead of regulations. I think it has to do with the legal, question in terms of whether we can, as a department, develop the regulatory framework around the fee structures in the universities. So the question of the autonomy of the universities vis-a-vis what the department can do. That's the first target that we did not achieve. The second target is on the allocation of the what we call the New Generation of Academics program, which is a transformation program in the university sector, where we are capacitating the lecturers and academics to take up the positions in universities. And with this one, I think planning would have explained that in the previous year, this was again an audit finding, and the problem there was the way the indicator and the technical indicator descriptor was structured, in that the dependency was on the universities rather than on the department, ability to achieve the indicator. And that is why in the current financial year, APP and the indicators, it has been refined and reworded to suggest that instead of allocation by universities, it is rather the appointment by universities, it is the allocation by the department, because that is what we have in our control to do. But with the other sub-programs, your NESP, Nurturing Emerging Scholars Program, the University Staff Doctoral Program, the Future Professors Program, we have been able to achieve those because we were on time to modify the wording such that it is in the control of the department to implement the indicator and the targets as per the annual performance plan. On the third one that we did not achieve, It's on the, the NSFAS loans being approved by the DG. And in this indicator or in this target, we were not able to achieve it because the main focus was basically on, the students who get allocated NSFAS, as we have been indicating here, that
No,
rather the focus was on
Hold on,
making
hold on.
sure.
So you are saying the reason why we did not achieve this one of the loan is because they were not the main focus. The main focus was on the bursaries. That's what you are saying. Is that what you are saying to us? That these people that we announced to of the loan, that they will be funded. There's 3 point, how much was that money? 3 point something billion, 3.8 billion. 3.8 billion that we have put aside for the loan scheme were not a priority because the focus, as I'm quoting you verbatim, the focus was on the bursary scheme.
Okay, no. Chair, I maybe would have, missed it there. But rather, what I meant to say is that the report was developed with, the comprehensive data of the students that are receiving the loans, but it was not delivered on time. And so it would fall outside of the fourth quarter, achievements of the targets.
Your report here says, progress report on the number of eligible university students receiving loans through NSFAS was not developed as planned. What are you saying? Now you are now going to give us a third answer. You see, Deputy Minister, this is our problem. This is what we are dealing with. Because there's lack of consequence management in the department. People, DG, the reason why you put a target, fee increment regulatory framework, it's a target from the department. You don't achieve it, why? Because the same department says no. We are advised that we don't have powers to develop a framework. So we don't have the powers. Legal, your own legal come to you and say, you have put an illegal APP target. So you as the department, when you developed this thing, where was this legal? Because this is a legal matter. It's a framework. So legal should have been there when we are developing this thing. So the university branch develops or put together a target. Yeah, that is illegal, unconstitutional. It goes through every process internal. It gets passed. You bring it to us. How about Mamodim? You have a point of order, Honorable Law.
No, Chair, I wanted to check. If you remember vividly, we would have sent the department back with the same key indicator where we were sitting there at another venue. And when they came again, we said they must go and rectify it. Now, they again came to us with a similar indicator that is misleading and that is not within the parliamentary constraints, which, like we are saying, they've misled us, and we've made clear indication about it there. So I think we must look onto it because we raised it twice in the meeting and we are raising it again. This is misleading because we're the only people when we are giving APPs or when we are giving key indicators who are able to adapt or able to change.
Yeah. The indicator Honorable Law is talking about is when we're doing third quarter reporting of the department tried to mislead us tried to lie to us, thinking we don't read. What had happened is that they had an indicator that a draft change on legislation would have been submitted to us in Parliament by 31st December 2024. This is what is on the APP and on the IPP. But when they reported to us in the presentation, because they did not achieve that target, they wanted to mislead. They changed the APP target and said the indicator read submitted to the minister on the 31st. So they changed Parliament to minister. And then they said target achieved. Because they knew if they said to Parliament, we'll know they've not submitted to us by 31st December 2024. And we then said, because the DG were in Japan, it was in February this year, you were in Japan on an official trip, I think, with the Deputy President. I think you accompanied the Deputy President, because I saw you there wearing a very ugly T-shirt of that team that lost yesterday when you were on official trip. You were wearing team T-shirts. So we then said to them, yeah, I withdraw that statement of that T-shirt. We then said the department must have consequence management on whoever misled yourselves who are going to present that particular. We have not. It was at the time it was presented by Dr. Sokikwa. We said, Dr. Sokikwa, it might not be your fault. Go back and get who misled yourselves or who gave you this false information to mislead Parliament, and give us a report on consequence management. And if you don't do it, because you are misleading us, we must now use Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act for lying in Parliament. So that has not happened. So this is the second time now. And that is what Honorable Law is saying, that there seems to be this belief from your department that they can just come and lie because probably they think we don't read. In fact, some of them, they are so disrespectful. They write about our members here when we do oversight over them. They say, they imagine a certain vice chancellor being questioned by NQF level 7, calling these colleagues of mine NQF level 7, but you can't. Why would that Parliament with NQF level 7 qualification question a professor? So this mentality, you can tell it comes from there. It looks as if there is this, they're disrespecting not only these members, but they're disrespecting this house, thinking that probably you think we don't read, or we're not smart enough to pick up these things, or something, I don't know. Or you just nonchalant. You think there's nothing that they can do. Maybe we must show you there's something we can do, so that this thing is led. Honorable Khacha.
I think there's just one point. I'm sorry to do this. Ndate, acting chief director, was telling the truth when he says, he didn't mince his words, he was being honest, that the focus was not for the loan scheme, but was for the bursaries. The reason why I can say that indeed he's telling the truth is because NSFAS has also told this committee, when we've interrogated them time and again about why is it that there isn't an allocation of funding for the missing middle, they have told us that they, number one, are unable to quantify how many of those people they must fund because of the complication between SARS and the credit bureau. Number two, they have told us that the staff themselves of NSFAS, outside of the record of this meeting, the staff of NSFAS themselves have admitted that they are not processing that funding because they've received orders not to do so. So the fact is that there's money that is sitting around Kara NSFAS with nobody doing anything about it apart from God knows what else is being done with that money, that is not going to fund missing middle students. That and the department is telling us here today that because the funding of missing middle students is not a priority for the department. So I don't think, for me, that's something that we must look over lightly, because it's a fact. The reason why missing middle students are not being funded is because DHET and NSFAS don't think it's a priority for the country to find missing middle students.
Thank you very much. Whether he's telling the truth, the presentation that they've given to us is different. So somebody from the department is not telling us the truth. If it's not him, it's the presentation. And I agree, Honorable Khahau and Law, that we must get to the bottom of this. Honorable Nguban, we're going to have a problem of time now. Honorable Nguban.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think it's clear we have a challenge. Most of the things that the department has presented, it's just the same story over and over again. And some of the things are telling. The moment you continuously fail to fill the vacancies, it will have repercussions on many things. So on performance specifically, there will be those contributions. So DG, there were things that we spoke about, I think, earlier this year on the other presentation. That I hear that one of our colleagues was talking about Unizulu Public Works. The conversation about that finding again that keeps coming up on the TVET College about the buildings as well. What's the status with that at Swanenot TVET College and other TVET? As well as the update on the implementation of your IT systems to try and solve many issues that are coming up when you report to AG, especially the double dipping of students in CETAs and elsewhere. So where are those? Where have those issues? How far are those issues in terms of status? As well as what are the issues that keep making the department not getting an unqualified audit, and what are the mechanisms we have in place to try to move towards a clean audit as well? Is there some plans in place to make things a bit better? The major issue that we all see here is that we seem to be just doing things for the sake of doing things. The DDGs that are responsible for universities are helpless. They don't take university to account, and they don't hold them to account. To an extreme, they become part of the problem that they create to universities instead of solving problems. It's an issue of trying to implement proper performance where you can hold this DDG account to do their work in holding TVET colleges account, universities account, CETAs account. So if there is a lack in your performance, KPAs to hold, and punitive measures as well, Minister, Deputy Minister, that comes to you, it needs to come in as well, so that we're just playing That's what it is, because these things keep coming and going, they keep coming. And the painful part is that some of these things we even get to ourselves when we go do the oversight. It's hollow and rotten at DUT. It's hollow and rotten at Mercit. I can go on and on and on. Some of the things that haven't even come to your table have come to our table. So I think that's all of my question combined. Yeah, I'll do it like that, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Ngubane. The one question, Honorable Ngubane, on ICT as an enabler and the progress report thereon. You will recall that in our last, in fact, recently at our workshop, this also emerged as an issue. And we committed to presenting an updated report on the work of MICCITA that is responsible for and commissioned to do this work. And we remain committed to that, to show you what has been the program. But we'll have to accept that indeed this is one area that challenges the department and stands in the way between us and unqualified audit without any findings. You have also raised a question about TUT, the latest. I want to be sure if this is the Guyani issue, which if it is, I would like to just give you a sense of where we are with it. We have reported here today that we have already contracted in Guyani, but we have also accepted that there were delays at the earlier part of the contract, where as a result of citizens intervening and disrupting the progress, there needed to be an intervention. I can assure you now, regarding this matter, we are 100% on track after the land was handed over to us, because the biggest issue there was that the land was not owned by the Department of Basic Education that runs the Guyani, the old college of Guyani, but it was actually in Public Works. They've now done everything, handed over to us. We've now removed the people who had occupied the college, illegally, and now we have taken over the site, and the TUT is on site, and a contractor has been appointed. I'm hoping that there would be speed in the manner in which we turn this one around. I think you have also raised the whole question about oversight of our system, and how are we going to strengthen oversight and hold people accountable in this regard. And I think that you will allow me to say that our biggest instrument for oversight of SETAs in particular is the National Skills Authority. And how the National Skills Authority have evolved, it has been problematic because it is not aligned in its structure to what the white paper sees as the mandate of the post-school education and training. So in our review of the role of the NSA, we feel that it must cover the entire PSET system instead of it just being located to SETAs. But this will require that the capacity of the NSA itself be looked into. In the meantime, what we have done is to tighten the contracts of deputy directors general, so that these things are specific. And the specificity of them means consequence management is not at a remote, to the oversight instrument, but it's within the department itself. This we have done, and I'm quite confident that this is going to lead us to tightening the ship, but also strengthening the work of the National Skills Authority. If I'm correct that the TUT reference is about Guyani, then I would suggest that I perhaps would have covered some ground. I would like the CFO to now speak to Operation Clean Audit of our department and what are the measures we've put in place on Operation Clean Audit. Yes, our audit is clean with matters, but the focus on those matters that the Deputy Minister was correcting the fact that I am speaking of Operation Clean Audit, but we have a clean audit, save for matters emphasized. So this is the response here.
Thanks, Chair. To start off with, Chair, we have, like in the prior years, we work on the final management report and audit report outcomes, which culminate into an audit action plan. So every year, and we've just finalized now, after the report from the audit AG, for each and every audit finding that we have, we then monitor it throughout the financial year till about, I think, the end of January.
Before the DG leaves, wanted him to confirm if indeed he's saying the department has got a clean audit. Clean audit, the department.
Okay.
Oh, you are going to, okay.
Yeah.
We are responding.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Chair,
can.
in fact, the terminology of clean audit in real terms does not exist. It's an unqualified.
So you are saying the operation clean audit is what? If the terminology doesn't exist?
No, I'm saying, by definition, people call it a clean audit, but it should be actually unqualified without findings. That's what we deem as to be a clean audit. What we have is an unqualified with findings.
So you are saying to the DG is incorrect, you don't have a clean audit?
We don't have a clean audit in terms of definition because it's
Continue.
it is
Continue.
with findings, and that findings is predominantly on performance information, and that performance information is where the challenge lies, Chair. So out of the audit action plan, we do have, like also in every year, we do write consequence management letters through to those program managers where they have either not corrected it or they have not implemented what has been set out in the audit action plan. There are other matters also. You would recall the Auditor General of South Africa at the stage came to report that some of our targets, they were not smart, and I think DM had made reference to that. So we've quite tied up on many of these targets. They are not 100% as yet, but most of them we have cleaned up in terms of our targets so that they are smart and measure what they're supposed to do. DG had thirdly indicated in terms of the performance agreements that we're tightening up. In the prior years, the unqualified without findings had always just been within the office of the CFO. But we're branching that out so that the program managers also take responsibility for their programs to ensure that they have unqualified without findings outcomes. The fourth measure that we have spoken to our systems, part and parcel of what we found in the performance information lacking was that our IT systems, Chair, and I think especially on performance information, if I look at TVETs and etc. So that's the other issue that we have addressed in terms of making sure that there is now a system, especially in performance information coming through from our institutions, that they are verifiable. And that's the fourth issue in terms of systems. Maybe the last one is also something that the DG had raised, is that the oversight that we are performing. So each branch that, if I look at the main branches for CET, TVET and the universities, they are responsible for the oversights, but there are also bodies within the department like the NSA who specifically look at oversight in terms of our CETAs. And the Directorate called Public Entities work in tandem with the NSA to look at the performances of these entities, so that we work together in terms of achieving that unqualified without findings, Chair. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Low.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I think, Chair, let me start with what Dr. Christensen said with regard to SPU TVET College of Northern Cape. It can't be a coincidence that when the time comes to this point, our students must suffer. And let me assist the department, because maybe the department is operating through a satellite operational way in terms of issues of students that are imminent. What is the problem there at University of South Lake University and TVET and the providers? It is a contestation of the institution that wants to sabotage the genuine providers who could have lost their cars, their houses, who have not been paid for past 12 months by the university, trying to frustrate the same providers who've been trying to get help from the department and whoever is relevant for them to intervene. And we're speaking about the motive forces, the people who worked hard for their money, the people who had to go and say our government is growing our economy as per its key MDT priorities that says we are going to grow the economy, fight poverty, and make sure that we are going to build a developmental state where our people are standing on their own innovatively so. So DM and the DG, I'm requesting you that by Friday there should be a response on the private providers, because as I speak now, students do not have access to Wi-Fi, students can't access their classes, and for the student to access them, they must first go and bend that office, and it's not nice. They don't even have warm water at a particular time. So what is said about this is that the providers who are being sabotaged are genuine providers that you can see. They went to do this thing to assist and want to grow the country. And there are those who are special, who have been treated special by the same institution of called South Lake University. So I'm giving it to you because I had an opportunity to engage the providers in all of them, because of they came to us and said, but we are struggling. Through the students' leaders who said to us, this can be that every time when we must be paid, we are taken to corner to post and pillar to post, that this, we don't know where can we go. That's why I was not content and happy that the response we give was not eminent and was not showing a sense of urgency. There's no sense of urgency when dealing with issues of students. And I've said it last time. By the time you two decide that you are going to allow that you are under the PSET sector, you must know the students falls under you, whether they are in which sector or what, you are going to have to be held accountable for such a particular issue. So I'm begging with the DM and I'm begging with the entire management, can we arise and address the issue, not only in South Lake University, across the entire country of South Africa. We are about to get another student uprising if we're not going to deal with the imminent issues that are confronting us. Now, I'm attributing all of this because having to look on to what is a problem in our Q4 and what is a problem in alignment of the department, it's failure to be steadfast and firm as to what we want to attain at the ultimate end. When we speak of measurable and tangible goals, we are saying when you come to us at this particular way, you don't get repetitive issues that bring themselves again here. What we have brought to us here, let me assist. What you have brought to us here, I've made it easy for the department. DG, you can take it down. our problems are that there's underspending of the department. That is a problem. And that leads us not to align on what we want to attain. And the underspending does not respond to the predetermined objectives. You don't perform, but you are spending more than. For example, in your skills development program, you spend more than 98% of your money, but you spend more than 10% of your targets. It raises alarms about consequence management. And my worry is that the branch DDG that you could have said that it was in charge of that particular branch has already been given another task of presiding over a huge task of making sure there is sanity and stability. So the other thing that we might face a problem with, that I think we need to raise, the department can achieve 39 out of 66, which is 59.1% success rate. There's no success rate. That means part of our problems that are attributed to the motive forces and the students and the teachers and the unions is as a result of the failures of the management of the department in the administrative authority part. Because if you are going to have to preside over your performance first, and you've got 59.1, why go into detailed branches where else you are overall failing and there's no consequence management? I'm saying this because of DG. One, you would have DG had a target of 8, and because maybe I've got to believe it was traveling and engagement, you doubled it to 16. I would have wished that you double them where this eminent, where there's majority of our students who are affected with issues, where students must be able to be responded to. Now, here it's like we're in a script or we're writing a Netflix documentary on NSFAS and the department. Because I can assure you, we're going to have the similar problems up until we're going to face the reality that is confronting the entity and the department. We can't have defunding. We can't be told about systems that are not responding or coherently dealing with issues that are there that we are quite content of. That's why I said last time, we hired you through your expertise of professions for you to give your high strategic level. I'm also not in DM what the level of deviations reasoning. Even AG will tell you, we don't reason like this. It's too operational, not even at a strategic level. And it's very much repetitive. When they don't speak of community protesting for infrastructural development, there's an issue about commodities of markets and what it is similar to their reasoning of their deviation reasons. You can't have such. When you come and we rectify you need to come with a new problem while you've addressed the entire one. Because already we've given you insights and you've already said we've got actions plans to address these problems. Now, in the entire work of the department, we've got 59.1%. That simply says we've got serious issues that I would want to advise that we need to look onto the administrative authorities. Are they able to perform? Are they able to assist the PSET sector to attain the curriculum that the president wants us to attain in aligning with the current demands of the economy? But if we can't spend in the medium-term plans, how are we going to get to the long-term plan, which is 2030, where we want to attain a better PSET sector that is responsive to South African challenges? So part of our planning, our KPIs and our APPs, they should go together with our budget so they are responsive. But if there's a disconnection and dislocation with regard to such, that means there's a maladministration problem that we need to look at. And that means the problem lies, like I've said, on the Director General who fails to preside over the department. We cannot accept 51.9% as an overall rate and then want to say it's fine. We are going down to the constituencies who are the ones asking for votes as politicians, as people who are sitting this side. But if we're not going to preside according to alignment of how government must be ran, then there's no transparency, there's no accountability. Hence, I alluded, Chair, that they're misleading and wanting to make us as if we are not inclined much more further on the sector. It should be taken seriously, and we should practice the law and measure the fairness of the effectiveness of who is the problem in the department. So I'm raising all of this because I would not want to pose and ask any questions. But what I will do will submit a realignment of how we are going to deal with assisting the department in aligning their predetermined objectives that they cannot account for. So my plea, DG, to you is that Chair, I need to also ask that we need a special meeting on the international engagement and the impact and the implementation agreements that the department could have had. I'm saying this because if your branch, your program skills development is at a point where it has performed under 10%, these agreements were supposed to boost it because you are dealing with the issues that you are dealing with. If you are saying we have trained, this apprenticeship, the skills that we have given out of the country, it should be major. It should be a drastic change on your predetermined objective or the skill development. That's a gap I've identified. So what the DG is telling us on the agreements and the major the programs and skills they've given to us is contrary to what we are seeing onto the documentation that is being provided to us as a result of a presentation. We should look onto that. And I want to check, was the G20 part of the international engagement also? So that we're able to know, so that is it part of the 16 or is it just sitting there? So I'm raising all of this because of Chair. If we can eminently deal with the basic issues of the department and this consequence management, where the DG says failure for a branch DDG to adhere to this particular target as agreed in the key performance plan or key performance agreement of the management, we have taken this particular way to remove this individual and put a competent person to respond to the issues of our students. Because they are persistent and they are escalating every day in South Africa. As I speak in Kimberley now, they've sent me a WhatsApp here. Things are getting worse and bad. The providers are taking out students out of their accommodation while we're having a meeting like this. So, Chair, I don't have much that I'm going to interact much to. My view is still the same. We've got a maladministrative problem that one could have observed through all of these challenges. And I'm saying all of this because when coming to responses, we are told we are confident, we'll change this, but things remain the same. And I want to give the political head of the ministry an opportunity to go and overlook onto who's sabotaging the department, who's incompetent, who's competent in different branches, and how can we therefore improve. And we're hoping there will be consequence management on those who could not do their work. And I'm still steadfast to say the problematic centered or whatever where we are locating our problems is in the Director General. It's very much problematic because of the administrative flaws are quite deliberate and they are quite inefficient and they are not even accepted in according to the administrative laws of the South African guidance in terms of how we are going to administratively guide the PZ sector. And how, where we derive the PZ sector, as I'm closing, we derive it from Germany, that Germany could have guided us as a country as to how to want to attain. Hence, I want to know this stakeholder engagement, if they are 16, what could have propelled others so that we are able to see what was inadequately not there that is enough. Because if you look at the inception of how did we introduce the PZ sector from this sector of higher education, you would know that we derive it from the country called Germany that could give directive on the imperatives, what do we want to attain. That's why we've got CETs, we've got TVETs, that we need to change from FETs to TVETs for them to be very vocational and proactive to the economy of the country. Simple. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. You know, Deputy Minister, you want to get in quickly? Oh, you know, Deputy Minister, when we were at the strategic session, we had 2 days with you guys, and then we had the last day to ourselves. So when we were just amongst ourselves, this member said they are taking a resolution. According to them, they counted a number of issues. Some of them are coming out today, but a number of issues about the department or the inefficiencies of the department. And they were saying, and therefore, Chair, we are resolving that we are now taking according to us, the department is now under administration. What did I ask them, what do you mean? And they said, we mean exactly that. The trust of the portfolio committee with the department is diminishing. And we can't blame them. Today they've just raised few. In that, when we're closing, they raised a number of issues. They said, the department is not doing what the department is supposed to do on higher education and training. So this is what these committee members actually instructed me to write to the minister and say, Minister, in fact, us agreeing to write to the minister was a compromise. If I were to say, they were saying, they were instructing me to write to the president. They were saying, write to the president and tell the president that we have lost confidence in the department. And so we had to reach a compromise, that, why am I out of, huh?
No, as the Deputy Chair, we also were very explicit in saying we also have lost confidence in the DG as well, in that letter.
Yeah, but I'm still busy with
No,
one
don't-
part.
No, but don't misrepresent the views of.
No, I'm still busy with one part. I've not concluded. So they then said, so the compromise was to write to the minister. Indeed, Donor Msavzane is right. They said, as the committee who have lost confidence in the Director General and the DG, we're not helping ourselves. When we, after next week, we're meeting with the AG on the BRRR to give us the performance of the department and all its entities. And we know what is a clean audit. So we all know all 4 or 5 different audit outcomes, from adverse to unqualified with no issues, for emphasis. So you can't come and boldly claim that we're not talking about something that's not here. When we say Operation Clean Audit, we have it. We know DG, you don't have it. And I have just indicated that maybe the issue is that we're not too firm in following some of these rules. That is why there are people who in the sector do as they please. If they don't tell us the truth in the meetings, some of them decide they're not going to answer us. They will come to the meeting, agree that we'll give you their responses in writing or the proof of 1, 2, 3 in writing, and they don't do it. Others, Deputy Minister, indeed, Higher Education Act has got problems in it, but it's not toothless, as we want to claim it is. For an example, the laws of this country, which supersede any other act underneath the umbrella of the constitution of this country, are very clear on, for an example, the recruitment process. Not the process, the recruitment criteria. It says there are jobs that must first be filled by South Africans, including principals, vice chancellors, unless you are saying you have advertised and you could not find a South African fit enough for that thing. The department is not doing oversight on that thing. In fact, where they have the powers, like the appointment of a principal of a TVET college, it's appointed by the department at head office. They themselves jump a South African who would have attended the same interview and appoint somebody from outside. When a university does it, the department says there's nothing I can do. When the Immigration Act is very clear, gives you the power. The DDG stood here and said to us, there's nothing I can do. There's a, what do you call it, institutional autonomy where, when you have laws of this country, Immigration Act, that is being trampled upon. So, yes, the Higher Education Act has got its own flaws, but the mentality of our people in the department is not assisting. And that is why when this member said, we've put, if you, Chair, wants to do work with the department, work with them. It's your issue. Rona is the committee. We've put them under administration. So everything that you write to the department, you must also send to the ministry. And say, ministry, this is what we have. Another thing, you write to the department and say, department, there's this issue. We've got this problem. We're receiving a number of complaints from, make an example, University of Fort Hare now. 1,000 emails we're getting there every day. We write to the department, we're busy, we've got this schedule. Go and listen to the people writing to us there. No response, nothing, blue tick. People must first die there. In order for it, and I'm making an example about Fort Hare, but the number of issues. A student at VETS is doing PhD. A student at University of Pretoria has been is left with 3 courses to complete medicine. But no, Rofile chance, we gave you a chance last year. These 3 courses, you are not going to complete them. Even if you go and complete them somewhere, you are not going to get who's going to accredit you for this. Been there for 6 years, 7 years, left with 3 courses. Okay, we write to the department. Nothing, no response. Huh? Students, SAQA says, these students, according to the National Qualification Framework articulation, they qualify to do masters here. Give them their degrees. University says, no. Department, quiet. In fact, on this one, the department is not quiet. They go there and say, everything is fine. What did they say? Stability. This university is stable. After they've refused students, many of them, others won in court, others can't go to court. So when these members say we've lost confidence in the department, there's a lot of them. I've listened here today. We're saying to students, apply for a loan. We give them hope. Then we say, no, that was not our priority. What is that? What is that? We have played with emotions of students who have went, you gave them hope. So I thought I must just indicate those. There's an issue of NSFAS. We encourage people as government, help us with PPP, or if you can on your own, let's help students to stay in student accommodation. People take up that thing, they build student accommodation. They've not done anything wrong. But because of the battles between universities and NSFAS, since 2023, when NSFAS took a decision that we can't pay 17 billion in student accommodation and not have a say on who accommodates our students. On our local in 2023, 3 2023, the State of the Nation, debates there. 2024, was it last year? Oh, we had two. Debates there and says, at Letaba TVET College, for an example, we have NSFAS, we are paying students who are staying in shacks. We ask NSFAS doesn't know. And you can't blame them because at the time they were not playing a role in student accommodation. They go and check there, indeed students stay in shacks. A TVET college there is robbing NSFAS, charging government over 4,000 for our students to stay there. Yeah. Yeah? It can be, no. He's promoted. He's acting regional manager. Yeah? NSFAS says that we're now going to, so that you can blame us for this 17 billion that we pay every year, we're going to play a role in student accommodation. Some universities refuse. Why? Because some people in SSS divisions, student services, that accredits this student accommodation are very corrupt. And that statement, this time, I'm not being bold and say all of them, I'm saying some of them. But I've made a bolder one before and I said, show me one, any university, and I've withdrawn that one. I'm saying some of them, very corrupt. How do we know they are corrupt? We go to the same churches with these people who own student accommodation, some of us. Some of you who are young, you engage them on social programs. Some of them are family members. Some of them are married to our family members. So we know them. And they'll come and say, at this institution, in order for me to be accredited, they want 1 million for my 1,000 beds. They want 300,000 for this number of beds. They will even go as far as showing us proof. So we say NSFAS play a role because these people are stifling what government says must happen. Opening the market, SMM is playing a role in all of these things with their 50 beds, 70 beds. These universities, they say, because with 50 beds, you are dealing with too many people. They want the big ones. They want, if you have 500 beds, come, we'll accredit you. They only deal with one person there. Their corruption is simple. But these too many ones of 70 beds, 50 beds, are complicating the system. We tell NSFAS, don't go and do as they're doing. They themselves appoint people who are unethical. People who, when they get there, they say, your student accommodation, I should be grading it grade D. But if if we talk, I can give you grade A. We tell NSFAS, what are you doing? We told you these people are our people we go to churches with, we are in social spaces. We will know these things even before they happen. We even tell them, you are using former student leaders to collect these things of yours. Now what is happening? The universities are not paying those that NSFAS have accredited, or they are not submitting student data of these students who are NSFAS accredited, who must be paid by these things, because you are taking business from them. So these small businesses, small accommodation providers, who are housing students that are NSFAS are unable to get paid. Many of them are losing their properties. Some of them have lost. There was a lady who wrote to us around June, July from KZN and said, this has been my source of income for my family. I had 84 birds. The bank wants to repossess. NSFAS owes me from 2024. We're not being paid. As we speak, probably they've lost that. I don't know, probably in their house now. So what is happening in Kimberley? It's not, people in Limpopo, they've written to us, hey, we've got the same problem everywhere in Pretoria. And as far as they've also appointed some solution partner, they're very unethical. They don't even know how to do their work. Everywhere you go, which is a slogan of MTN, everywhere you go, people are complaining about them. They call themselves training young minds. I don't know what is it that they are training there. Bad everywhere. So it can be that we've got so many problems. And many of them have got to do with ethical leadership. So DM, we're just going to give you just 2 minutes to close for us. We're not going to ask questions. Oh, you wanted to, okay. Okay, let's hear Honorable Lonzi so that we can close.
No, just a few points, Chair. I think they may have been raised prior. I'm interested in the argument of the DHET legal when it says maybe you can assist DG. The department doesn't have the powers to build some framework around university fees or fee increase. I don't know if maybe you can briefly explain. I don't know if legal is here, but if they are not, if maybe you can assist us in that point.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lonzi. One of the most difficult challenges we are confronted with in implementing our legislation that covers universities is generally the pushback that we experience when we do so. The notion of fee-free framework is our notion as a department. That's our agenda. That's what we advance. That's our drive. We wish to achieve a legislative regime where we are able and we are enabled to determine and control the continuing increases in the fees that our universities and students have to face with. Now, the difficulty in this regard has always been that in November every year, we release what is called a ministerial statement. This ministerial statement is aimed at saying to councils, as you determine fees for the following year, for example, stay on the CPI. Sometimes they will argue and say, no, let's make it CPI +2 or CPI +5. But all the time the struggle is on, they want to raise the fees, we want to control it. This instrument, they know that the fee-free framework is going to assist us to enforce this. And so when it comes to task teams that have been appointed to do this work, it never gets the work done, because those who represent particularly the beneficiaries of the current situation will not want us to reach any consensus in this regard. And they will find every possible way of collapsing the discussions that are there in this regard. So we've got, as a department, admit that this is a challenge and not to go around it, because it is indeed a challenge. So how do we hope this will be dealt with. It will be dealt with through legislation. There is no other way. It is amendments to the Higher Education Act to give enough powers to our minister to intervene, instead of the current practice where the minister negotiates with institution through the ministerial statement. And what they have done over the years is to reverse the dates for the determination of the fees to October, so that by the time the ministerial statement is released, the horses have bolted. This year, what we have done is we've started this discussion much earlier. That's what the minister has done. We've met all of them, all councils of all chairpersons, to try and say, when you sit and you make a determination about fees for the following year, these are the recommendations of the minister, even prior to the ministerial statements being issued. But still, is this enough? Therefore, the framework becomes important for us. And as a transitional mechanisms, if the legislation has not been finalized.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe we'll have to do more reading on that, because I do find it odd that a department that in the main, especially in some of the public institutions, contributes to the institutions in terms of the subsidies and the funding, but you still don't have the teeth to determine how much the institutions are charging our students. Because the follow-up question is that there was an interesting debate we had during our workshop around the standardization of the costs of certain qualifications. Because it seems to us, and I know the Ivy Leagues may not like my comments because they are the ones who would charge a lot. It doesn't make sense why the same degree that is provided at UCT doesn't cost the same as a degree that is provided at the University of Fort Hare, Walter Sisulu, or Univen. It becomes even worse when we consider professional degrees. Because if an engineer is being produced in the Western Cape, we want the same standard and quality of an engineer to be produced in the Northwest or Limpopo or anywhere else. Because these people are going to be building bridges that all of us are going to be using. Or if they are doctors, they are going to be operating our hearts, our brains. So I think that it's a discussion that the department must have. But again, if as you say, but I'll do my homework on this, if the legislation doesn't allow the ministry or the department to really have a much stronger hand on the money that the universities are charging our students, I think a lot needs to be done there. My other question was around the new generation of academics program. I think that's one of the targets that you didn't meet. And for me, I don't understand why, because I think your reasoning was that there are delays in recruitment and contracting. And I think there are many young potential academics or young academics who would be very shocked at that statement, who are sitting at home, who are not gaining access to opportunity. I think the Vice Chancellor of Northwest University tried to come up with some initiative. I wonder if anyone in the department can explain what exactly is meant when we say delays in recruitment or contracting. It would have made more sense to me if you said maybe there's budget constraints or there's no money. But if you say it's a recruitment or contracting process, it suggests that the money is there, it's just that for some reason we're delaying in recruiting this new generation of young academics. The NGAP program.
Thanks, Chair and Honorable Lonzi. The explanation, as I provided earlier, on the NCAP non-achievement of the target was the way the indicator was phrased. If you look at it, it says the number of posts filled at universities. And so our explanation was that this indicator had to be rephrased in the way that it is now in the current 2025-2026 APP to reflect the number of NGAP posts allocated to universities, because then that is in the control of the department. If it is about filling of posts at universities, then we are likely, and most of the time, not be able to achieve it because of that reason for deviation that is provided there. Because then the recruitment and everything else takes place at the universities, so which is outside of our control. And that's what simply explains the non-achievement in this area. And as I indicated, we have seen an increase and an achievement in other sub-programs where we were able to modify the indicator and the technical indicator descriptors for these matters to reflect the allocation, because then that is what we are able to do as the department from our own planning and in terms of the implementation of allocating to the universities. And therefore it then becomes the responsibility of the universities to push the recruitment and attracting academics to those posts. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. My second last, I think members spoke about this, and for me, I find it very disheartening, especially when it's the department in the ministry that always says to us, not every young person is going to make it to a university, not every young person is going to make it to a TVET college. But when we look at our skills development program, I mean, you target 190,000 learners to be placed in work-based learning programs, and you only did about the odd 130. 150,000 learners were supposed to be registered in skills development programs. You only did about 60,000. 36,375 learners entering artisan programs. You only did about 18,000. 26,500 artisans found competent. You had 16,000. 53,000 learners completed learnerships. You had 25,000. I mean, the list is endless. And we know the money is there in the sitters, because I don't know if it was the AG or the fiscal authority, it was the fiscal guys, who said the sitters were sitting with something like 28 billion rands and then 8 billion non-committed. So we're sitting with a situation where we're not putting in young people in skills development programs, not because the money is not there, because I think too often we like to hide behind the fact that no, the money is not there, no, we must go ask Treasury. In fact, what the fiscal, I forgot the name, what they said to us is that the department is at risk of Treasury reducing the money that it gives them. And I think that must really be something that keeps the department, the ministry up at night, to say that we go around saying we don't have enough money for the post-secondary education sector, but we're sitting with billions of rands, 8 billion, 3.8 billion, 28 billion rands, yet we are not putting in enough young people in skills development programs. We know in South Africa we've got an odd 4 million youth who are not in education and training or employment. And ideally you want them to find expression here. The minister was also saying just not so long ago that of the people who are going to write matric exams, already he's cutting out half of them. I think 850,000, saying already about 400,000 of them, we don't know where we're going to place them in post-secondary education. Yet, we've got such a poorly performing skills development program. I think, it's not really a question, but it's something for the department and DM to think about. My last question, I'm interested, DM, I think I've asked, when I get an opportunity, I'll ask the minister as well, but I've asked the the former ministers and TMs. I haven't asked you on this one. What is your view on the universities and institutions and TVETs practice of withholding the degrees and the qualifications of students, even after they've completed their academic qualifications? And the arguments that the institutions make is that they are withholding these qualifications because the students owe debt. But our response is that, how do you expect these young people to access employment opportunities if you are withholding their qualifications? Because let's for argument's sake, say they genuinely wanted to pay back the debt to the institutions. Then it was only going to make sense to say, let's empower you with this tool that is going to give you the ability to go and seek employment opportunities and come back. And it's not true, because I know a lot of the institutions like to say, no, we write to some of the employees, no, we give them. Some of the employees want the qualification, they want the degree. Like, there are many young people, if the department were to run your own independent survey, if you don't believe what we say, because we interact with these young people, with these graduates all the time, they do not get employed if they don't have their degrees and certificates in hand. So what is your view on that? I mean, I believe this is something that should not even need too much of a pushback, be it from opposition, be it from members of the portfolio committee, but an initiative that the department is already thinking about, to say, here are young people, they've already completed school, they've passed all their exams, they've passed all their assignments. What is it going to hurt us to simply give these people their degrees? And even worse, I think when Nelson Mandela University came to us, we were at Good Hope. I don't know if it was the VC or the CFO, says to us, actually, in most of the institutions, many of this debt, we have classified it as bad debt. So in other words, as far as the financial statements of the institutions are concerned, the universities have already accepted that we're not going to get this money back. But they are still withholding the qualification. Why? Why withhold the qualification? You've accepted, it's okay, this is bad debt. The AG or whoever audits us says, we're not going to receive this money, these people are unemployed, these people don't have money, are there. But you still want to withhold their qualification, their certificate. What type of practice is that I believe just entrenches our young people in a permanent state of poverty, in a permanent state of inequality, of economic inactivity? I really think this department, this government loses nothing by saying, even before we can entertain the debate about clearing of student debt, as a minimum program of action, why can't we agree collectively that we are going to release all the degrees, certificates, and qualifications of students? I think that will be my last point. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, as you answered, DM, also close for us your closing remarks from that side so that we can close the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. On the matter that is being raised by Honorable Lonzi, we 100% agree with you that there should not be any withholding of the qualifications for students once they've completed. We have placed this on the discussions with the university principals, and they have indicated their commitment that they do give students letters, written letters or statement of results, which shows that a student has completed and has got that qualification. We have also went further to say, well, you might be saying that, but we have had universities where students still complain about this matter. And I think it is going to be up to us now to actually go deeper and say which are those that are still not even adhering what they have agreed upon as principals, to say students should be given their
qualifications, statements, and letters to show and to indicate to those employers or to potential employers that they have qualified. So that is our stand, that we believe that students cannot be disadvantaged just because they owe or because, but whilst they've completed, because as you're correct, it actually self-defeating, because then how are they going to pay if they're not employed or they cannot show that they have actually qualified? We have also gone further, honorable members, to engage universities on the matter of fees, including a study that was presented to the university principals in our last meeting when we were discussing the fees, which actually indicated that there are inequalities when it comes to how universities arrive at fees, but also there's a lot of fat in others, a lot of administrative loading of budgets and different things that are happening there. Unfortunately, as you all know, and you've been indicated, that we need to change the act so that we are able to intervene decisively as government in terms of transparency and accountability. We've even gone further to say, well, in terms of the AG and the laws of the country, any institution that uses public money cannot then say, I cannot be transparent and I cannot be accountable for the taxpayers' money. And it's something that we need to enforce. You would know that universities have taken the departments to court around what they believe is the department's overreach on their autonomy. But we have also said that there will be instances where we will be prepared to be taken to court for what we believe is the correct thing to do, because ours is, must be what is in the interest of the society and the communities that we serve. On the, so the issues of standardization, you're correct. I mean, one degree in one university costs 50,000, the other one will cost 150,000. Same unit standards, same hours, same everything, and you wonder. But the department is doing work on that. We're also looking at international standards. We've also asked the department to even do more work so that we can see how we can really get around these matters. The honorable members, we do agree with you that it is not acceptable that we have predetermined objectives that we set ourselves at the department, but we fail to honor our own commitments. And in this regard, we have also indicated that there are quite a few reforms that the minister has suggested that needs to happen within the way we operate internally and the way we interact even with the SETAs, so that there is really movement in terms of meeting those objectives that we would have set for ourselves. So there is work that is being done there. On the consequence management, we have indicated to honorable members that it is a matter that we are going to be looking at, because it is indeed not acceptable that we'll come back again here at this meeting and say the same thing that we would have said last time. It is bad, particularly around the issues of systems, issues of recruitment, and of course performance management. We have started discussions, we've started to pull all the units together to say the other problem is that there's too much, there's lack of synergy within the department itself in terms of how we operate. You know, there's no looking at the department as one. People look at the department as program 1, program 2, and the other one does not know what the left is doing, and the left does not know what the other one is doing, and it cannot be. there has to be somewhere where we converge and agree that what kind of system do we need for what, and how are those systems going to interact with other stakeholders that we are discussing with in terms of some of these reforms. So yes, we do agree that there is quite a lot of work that we still need to do as the department, and we are committing to the honorable members that we will shape up. We will also make sure that we are upfront with some of the challenges, if there are challenges that we are facing in the implementation of our programs. But we do appreciate, honorable members, that you are not happy with what we've been doing. The NSFAS, honorable members, has released the discussion paper on the issues that you've spoken about, issues of accommodation, issues of funding, and other matters, with a view of introducing reforms on those matters. And we are following very closely on those matters. I think part of this decentralization is something that will help us a lot, because at least there would be reality in terms of what is there on the ground, as opposed to this remote working that is happening at the moment. So it is something that we agree that with the decentralization, but also with the reforms that they are introducing as well, we should see some help. Obviously, we're not going to lie and say we are going to be sail cruising. Issues of funding are still going to be the problem, honorable members. As I indicated, that there are more and more students that are qualifying because of the socio-economic challenges that we are facing as a country. Our economy is not growing, and more people are falling into the bracket where they cannot afford. But unfortunately, the other part of that is that even those that used to afford, because of the increase in the university fees, they end up not even affording. So it's something that we've raised with universities, including to say the more they increase, the more NSFAS money has become even lesser and lesser. And they've committed that what they will do is that when they increase beyond what the NSFAS is paying, they then pick up that tab. But we believe it's not enough, because what about those then that are not on the NSFAS? What then happens to those parents? It means, again, they are going to fall off the brackets and they will come back to the same. It's something that we really need to deal with once and for all. But honorable members, thank you very much for the interaction. The team with the Director General, we will make sure that all the matters that have been raised are dealt with. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I don't think the first question of Honorable Lonzi was answered, the framework and what was the argument of legal, saying why is it illegal for us to have this thing? We'll continue to have that conversation, DG. We'll also have a conversation, Deputy Minister, about whether we can project how much money we'll need for us to fund the entire system of NSFAS. The problem comes when the department can't hold institutions accountable for enrolling more than the targets that are planned. Because you give, what do you call it, what is the term that you use, the enrollment targets? Yeah, enrollment planning. So you say to UJ, for first year, you can only take 2.5 students because in 2030, this is the number of students we can afford in the system. And if they, instead of taking 2,500, they take 4,000, you don't hold them accountable. That's what creates a problem. Because the argument that we don't know the number of, we know, we should know. I mean, this year we only had 202,000 spaces available for universities. What makes it difficult is the argument we had, which Honorable Lonzi mentioned now, at the start session, that why would Council for Higher Education be the only entity that accredits law, for an example, LLB? One thing. But LLB at University of Limpopo, per annum we pay 40,000. But at VETS we pay 150,000. It's the same qualification, it's the same material, it's the same number of years. So that's what makes it difficult for us to project, because for the same thing, we're paying differently depending on who is appearing here. And we had said ourselves, we will have a colloquium on that, on course fees. Must have a colloquium, sector-wide colloquium. Let's have a discussion about why would the same material, just because this water is, we just put, it's the same still water, going through the same process of purification process. But because this one comes from these people of Israel, and then this one comes from these people of Brazil, we want to pay more here. The same process. And actually we'll just say, you must pay, same government must pay different fees for the same content. And we said, we don't agree with it. We debated around amongst ourselves that we don't agree with that thing. In fact, we will convene a colloquium to discuss that particular thing. That is one part of it. The second part that makes it difficult, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, is that we help this institution with the budgets that they've been talking about. We help them build some of the student accommodation. We co-fund them. After co-funding them, they charge more to this poor student. They say, NSFAS is only going to pay you 6,000. Madrona are charging you 8.5. So every month, we're going to charge you 2.5, but you don't have to pay it now. We'll add it at the end. They call it what? What is that? A top-up. They say, no, you'll have a top-up of 2,500. Where we have co-funded a project over and above the what do you call it, these funds that we give them, CIEGs, the grants. We give them so much in grants. To do what? To subsidize this education. For who? For this poor child who can't afford it. But this university still says, Pella, these universities this year, Deputy Minister, we're giving them 48 billion rands. More than how much we're giving to NSFAS, by the way. We're giving to university as grants. Thank you. They still want to tell you, DG, that you can't decide or tell them or even negotiate with them on the fee increment. There you don't enter. However, that should not be. In fact, they even come to us and say they are autonomous. We can't hold them accountable. In that strategic session, we had a conversation with Yusuf, and we told them, we want to have a conversation further with your executive. Because you can't tell us about, there's a difference between, or there should be, these principles are the same. the institutional autonomy which is coupled with academic freedom, but there's public accountability. But how they speak about, then they say, and as a by the way, yeah, then public accountability. As a by the way, it can be. But they have that attitude because the department gives them that right. You make them feel as if they're untouchable. I don't think we should treat our public. In fact, what did they say? They're saying they're not public organs of states. They're saying, no, let's have an argument. We're not organs of states. And therefore, we're not supposed to account to you as parliament. You must speak to the department. I agree, you guys, they walk all over you. But no, we want to account, but we want to account to the department because we have given them that they can walk all over you. And we said, let's have this discussion of what is an organ of state. And I told them, I said to them, they must go and interpret Section 227 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. I said, go and interpret this thing for me. When we have that discussion, let's debate this particular issue. So, Director General, the department must wake up. We can't continue like this. If the ministerial statement in November is late, why can't we make it before these people close this? Make a ministerial statement in September and say the fees locked at 2% increment, for an example. Maximum 2%. And let's see if they are going to respect it. Why must it be done in November if you are saying, you know November is a problem? It's like we're saying, we know this thing is wrong, but we're going there. We're continuing with it. So, I want to thank you, members. I want to thank you, Deputy Minister, DG, DDGs present. I mean, I'm not happy with the skills branch. And West, Honorable Loans, the DDG is now taken, or to know, go and fix this. He's overseeing all of these things. This is his job. He gets 2 out of 12. How many percent is that? Kuri, it's bad. The 30% basic is better. 7%, 10%. But they obtain 98% on the others, on spending. Then, as if that is enough, you say, no, you must go fix this problem. No. This I'm not happy about, DG. It's like we're rewarding people who are not working. It can't be. Just that we did not have time. When we dealt with in November last year, and we asked Mefuchan, why is infrastructure money going back? And she said, in my department, I don't even know how far is what in that particular. I can read it to you now. I was looking at the minutes of when we're having a conversation with you in November last year. Says, there's no coordination. I'm head of CET branch, but I'll be told that we've got this much money for infrastructure. But I don't even know Who's appointed? How are they appointed? When are they appointed? How far is the program? Nothing. The program head. There's a branch somewhere that deals with infrastructure. That's not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Last year, 25th November 2024, we said to you, go and fix this alignment of yourselves. You can't have one thing that way, you know. And CFO, I think you said you're going to come and give us a presentation. I don't remember who asked you that question. I want to understand, we achieve 60%, well, I'm just rounding off, we achieved less than that. But we've spent 99.9% of the funding. So if we were to achieve 65%, where would this money come from? So that when we criticize you for poor planning, you must know this is where it comes from. You have planned for 100 targets, and you had 100 rands. And of course, some programs will cost 2 rands, some of them 20 cents, and all of that. But you've spent almost everything. Maria, you've achieved half of what you're supposed to achieve. In fact, in this 3 and 4, quarter 3 and quarter 4, you have achieved 100 out of 200 that you are supposed to achieve. You have achieved half. If you check 3 and 4. Now we're dealing with quarter 4 and quarter 1. But if you go back and check quarter 3, it was in quarter 3 you had achieved 42%. And in quarter 4 you achieved 58%. So you achieved half of what you are supposed to achieve in those 2. But the money is almost 100%. How is that possible? How do we make these plans of ours? And I've not heard DG saying, this group, they've went through a DC for not achieving their targets. Because why do we put targets there, country? They are not binding. Must put a target there and say it's binding. Must go and achieve this thing. If you don't achieve it, a performance review for all of them. And stop having targets that you don't have control over. You put a target there that we want by 31st December 2024, Parliament to deal with legislation, to have finalized legislation. You don't enter there. You don't have any control on the work of Parliament. You have put it as a target. You will say, I want Parliament, you don't have control over our program. But you put it as your target. How are you going to achieve it? So these members, they are saying, must put you under, under administration. But the department is going around putting people under, we want to put you So according to them, you're under administration. So everything I write to you, I must write to the ministry. And we must write to the minister to indicate this part, to inform him so that he can tell us a turnaround plan on how are we going to turn the department around, because there's serious problems. You can't have challenges like this. And they had said to me, like I said, that was a compromise. If we're not satisfied with that, we must write to the president as the employer of the DG that so it's not me, DG. So don't leave here tomorrow and say, because that useless team of yours is above us on the log for now, I'm targeting you. It's not me. It's these members. And I know this, many of them here support the big team. Many of them, they support the big team. I think the numbers are around 7-4. 7 to the big team, 4 to to the smaller team, which is also younger, which is a child of the bigger one. So having said that, members, thank you very much. I want to thank you, DM, Minister, staff, and everybody else. We will meet on Friday. We have a same venue on Friday. We have 2 presentations. The one on the issues of the city administration, and the second one is the state of readiness that the minister presented yesterday on Monday to the people of South Africa. So we've got those 2 presentations on Friday. So I'll see you on Friday. We do have a number of minutes and report. We'll deal with them on Friday. So we've sent them to you. Go through them so that when we start on Friday, we'll start with the minutes, or just after the presentation, we'll start to deal with those things. Thank you very much. The meeting's adjourned.